On the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Also like to announce that the commissioners held an executive session on Monday, November 22nd at 5:30 p.m. We discussed real estate matters, litigation, personal labor counsel interviews, solicitor's retainer proposal, issues with rate, police, and staff, and all commissioners were present with the exception of Commissioner Nagel. The next item is the presentation, the minutes of the public meeting on November 8th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Approved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any commissioner comment?
I have just one minor change, and I apologize that I didn't catch this when these were sent out earlier. But on the end, at the bottom of the first page, the proclamation that we gave was for the Valley Forge Military College. It's the college that was celebrating their anniversary, not the academy.
Very good. Is there unanimous consent on that?
Yep.
No opposition?
I have an edit. I have two edits. Page 4. And Don, this concerns you, I believe. Page 4. It's just there's a phrase at the end of the paragraph under Public Safety Resolution 2010-61. It just says requested information still has not been presented to the Board of Commissioners. I believe that was something you said, or maybe.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. The second edit on page 5. So anyway, I'd like to attribute that last comment to Commissioner Curley. The comment is requested information still has not been presented to the Board of Commissioners. And then the second edit is on page 5 under Personnel Administration Resolution 2010-59. The phrase "to have the right" was repeated twice in the last, second to the last sentence, just to strike "to have the right" on the second occurrence. So it should read, do municipalities have the right and/or power to enforce such an issue?
I'll move the approval of minutes with those changes, 3 changes.
Second. Further commissioner comment? Public comment? Very well. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. The motion carries. The next item is presentation of certificates. Commissioner Mahoney, will you take this, please?
Certainly. I'd like to ask Chief Jim Kelly of the Radnor Fire Company to come up to the podium, and also Lieutenant Antonini, officer in charge, to help me in the presentation of these certificates. Chief, go ahead.
Okay. Around 11:42 a.m. on Monday, November the 8th, a resident of Radnor Township was taking her 13-year-old son to Bryn Mawr Hospital. While driving down Conestoga Road in Radnor Township, her son had difficulty breathing. She called 911 on her cell phone and continued driving. During this call, she told the dispatcher that her son had stopped breathing. The 911 dispatcher, Larry O'Connor, advised her to pull over and await medical help. Both Radnor Fire Company ambulances and Medic 109 were returning from previous calls and were notified to respond. Radnor police were also made aware of the incident and responded. The car was located on the Radnor Trail parking lot at Brookside and Conestoga Road. Officer Radico arrived first. He noticed that the child was turning blue. Officer Radico removed the patient from the car and started CPR. Ambulance 157A arrived with Vincent D'Achille and Andrew Rose. They put the patient on the back into the back of the ambulance. Officer Brett Graves, Medic 109, paramedic John Bell, Ambulance 15-7, and paramedic EMT John Ardiff and EMT Brian Penn arrived to assist. The entire police and EMS personnel restored the patient's breathing and transported the patient to Bryn Mawr Hospital within 18 minutes of receiving the first call.
Thank you, Chief. We've asked the individuals involved to come here this evening to recognize as first responders their exercising of their incredibly responsible duties in the line of duty here. to save this young man's life. So if I could ask Lieutenant Antonini to begin with the individuals listed, and I'll follow up with the other four.
Officer Anthony J. Radico. Officer Brett Greaves. Larry O'Connor. Vincent D. Achille.
Paramedic John Bell. EMT Andrew Rose. EMT Brian Penn. Paramedic EMT John Ardiff.
I just wanted to note, and I'll do it from this side, so I'm talking to the audience, that I think these gentlemen are examples of what we've come to expect for our first responders here in Radnor Township. They do a tremendous job, but it's simply representative of the job that's done every single day. I understand that the mother of the boy in question is here. Would you like to say anything? Ma'am, would you like to come up? We're not. Just acknowledge that she is in the room, which I think is a real tribute to the individuals who assisted her and her son in the time of crisis. So thank you for coming. That's very kind of you.
The next item is public participation.
First, we're going to have Diane Jurley from the Wayne Business Association talk about the tree lighting and her associate.
I'm Diane Jurley, President of the Wayne Business Association, and our mission is to promote commerce in Wayne, and the ways that we do that is through our events. And coming up on December 3rd and December 4th is our Wayne Hotel Christmas tree lighting celebration. And we have Anita, who's representing the Wayne Hotel.
Good evening. I'm Anita Sayers with the Wayne Hotel, and we are delighted to once again sponsor the Wayne Hotel's Old Fashioned Christmas. And it is a wonderful community event. It's a 2-day event in Wayne. It starts off on Friday evening with the Christmas tree countdown and lighting ceremony. And in addition to that, there's extended shopping hours in Wayne. There is caroling, craft activities at the firehouse for kids, and horse-drawn carriage rides on South Wayne Avenue. So it's a great night out for the kids. They really enjoy it, and culminates with the tree lighting, and also we have the Valley Forge Military Choir out there. A great time to be had by all. And the festivities continue the next morning with the Santa Parade on the fire truck. And the parade will feature this year the Valley Forge Military Academy Field Music Group, as well as the Radnor High School Marching Band. So we're delighted to have those two start off the parade and bring Santa into town, where Santa will be at the Wayne hotel porch. And again, families are there to visit with Santa. We will have Toys for Tots there as well this year. And the information is on waynechristmas.com on the website, and we really are looking forward to a wonderful event, so please tell all your friends and family about the wonderful traditions that continues in Wayne with the Wayne Hotel Old Fashioned Christmas. And once again, it's the Friday, December 3rd and Saturday, December 4th, waynechristmas.com. Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you to the Wayne Hotel for supporting this financially and physically, geographically. This is just a wonderful tradition, and it's such a nice illustration of one of our businesses and our corporations kind of stepping in where, you know, government money is very tight for celebrations like this. And we all really appreciate it. You're a wonderful community and generous community member doing this for our community.
Thank you very much. And it is something that we want to hopefully continue to expand. So feedback from the community is certainly welcomed through the Wayne Business Association or directly with David Brennan, our general manager at the Wayne Hotel. And this is a free community event, and it's a thank you from the Wayne Business Association, also thanking back the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you, and to everyone.
Anyone else for public comment or public participation?
All right, before we go off that, I just wanted to read this. Last week we had the spaghetti dinner. It was very successful to help raise money to support our fire company, and the Radnor Fire Company Auxiliary is having their annual breakfast with Santa Sunday, December 12th, 8 a.m. to 12 noon at the Radnor Fire Company. Adults $7, children 2 to 10, $4. Under 2, it's free. Come enjoy a great breakfast buffet and meet Santa, and pictures with Santa will be available. So I hope the community goes out and supports our fire company again on December 12th with breakfast with Santa with their children. Thank you.
Anything further for public participation? Very good department reports. Is there a motion regarding?
I move they be accepted.
I want to just make some comments. We're going to be talking a lot about budget tonight and the cost of government, and I think it's important to highlight some of the activities that are in these reports. First, I'll just mention under community development, we had over 169 permits and inspections done. Under engineering and public works, there are over 47 items done by the engineering department. Parks and Rec launched their fall activities, many activities at the various parks and recreation facilities throughout the township. Please visit the website to get a good idea of everything that's available under the Parks and Recs program. But I want to spend a little extra time on Public Works. We got a report from Public Works. It's very detailed. I want to thank Bill Hagan, just happens to be here tonight. I'm going to take a few minutes to thank him and his staff. It's important to realize that Public Works really is the core service that most of us recognize on a day-to-day basis. If you think about your trash and recycling pickup, your street cleaning, snow plowing, landscaping of all the township parks and fields and baseball infields and football fields, soccer fields. But Public Works also provides essential services that have a great impact on our quality of life. And these examples are storm sewers, sanitary sewers, street repairs, maintenance of all the facilities, the traffic signals, the lights on our streets, generators when the power goes out to keep those traffic signals working. So I want to personally thank Bill Hagan and his crew. I'm going to also thank in the sewer department, Mark Dominic, Steve Amarant. Under parks maintenance, we have Paul Toltero, Mike Stacy. Under sanitation, we have Steve McNellis. The electricians, Cliff Pugh, and highway, we have Paul Basic. And fleet maintenance, who I believe is keeping all the trucks and cars running in the township, is Rick Petrella. So sorry I murdered the names, but I want to thank all of you and have a good Thanksgiving, and thank you all for your service to our township, all staff members across the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from commissioners? Any public comment? Very good. A motion's been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, 6-0. The next item, committee reports, Public Works, Commissioner Spengler.
We have before us Resolution 2010-63 for the approval of 503 West Lancaster Avenue to construct 3 additions to existing buildings areas currently impervious, with construction not less than 5,000 square feet, 500 square feet total at Eagle Village Shops, 503 West Lancaster Avenue. And I guess the only issue unresolved is about the steps. Dan, do you have any comment on those steps?
Well, the applicant has handed me a signed affidavit agreeing to all the conditions, so I believe the steps, as they are written now, would be removed.
And you feel strongly those steps should be removed?
I don't believe it's a safe condition to allow people to cross in that area.
All right, I'll move the approval of the resolution.
Second.
Very good.
Just a question real quickly, George. Is it true your client is willing to?
You have to come to the mic.
Yeah. Is it true that your client is willing to remove the stairs leading into Eagle Road?
Yes, we had consulted with Dan after the meeting, and he went out and looked at it again along with the police department, and based on their recommendation, we were okay with removing those.
Okay. Rest of
Would
the
you
conditions you're agreeable to as well?
Yes, and we've handed Dan the signed resolution this evening.
Just for the record, state your name, please.
Oh, I'm George Brosman, representing Village Associates, the owner of the shopping center.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other commissioner comments, concerns, questions? Public participation? Very good. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, 6-0.
The next item is authorization to solicit requests for proposals to select an architectural firm for design, build-out specification documents for the Callan Park Comfort Station, and I'll move the approval.
Made and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
I'd like to hear from somebody on staff regarding this. When we last left the Callan Park issue, we were prepared, I thought, at that point to go out for bid on some work at the existing facility over there. Have we changed our direction here, Bob, or somebody else?
Yes, we did, and we looked at the design of the current buildings, which there was a Parks and Rec committee meeting of the board, in which a lot of discussion took place regarding the long-term maintenance of those facilities. Bill Hagan's been working with Tammy Cohen on that, and Bill, if you just want to add anything to that.
Yeah, what we've done is we went out and we looked at some other park structures in some surrounding communities, and we're looking to go with a split block building. I think we're going to get a longer life out of it. I think that it's evident that some of the cinder block buildings, I mean, I know Rosemont Park, that's been there since I was little. And I think what we did was we put together a design. It's about a 16 by 16 building with a 14-foot pavilion on it. I think you'll be very happy. But what we need to do is we need to get an RFP to see what the price of that building is going to cost, to see if it will fall within the $100,000 that we have in order to update that facility.
All right, and I understood we were getting a grant from the state which would cover the cost of what we had originally proposed. Will that still cover this?
That's correct, and then also this, as part of the grant, will cover these services here. That is part in the grant, and it's a $100,000 grant with no match.
Well, having been the commissioner up there for a number of years, it's a pretty sad-looking building. So if we can come up with something that's better looking and give us longer life, that would be great.
I wanted to add that both the Parks, or just confirm that both the Parks and Rec Board and the Parks and Rec subcommittee of this group have looked at this and, you know, approved and recommended that we go ahead with looking at this new design for a new building. And I also wanted to comment that, you know, the fact that we can use this DCNR money toward kind of a more global, long-term solution to the comfort stations all over our township. This won't apply to just this one. I mean, when we go to replace all of the others or build others, we will have this work done, is to me a great benefit.
Very good. Any other commissioner comment, questions? Any public comment?
Chip Layfield, Wayne. As a former resident of that area, it's really kind of disappointing that a DCNR grant is being used for this instead of flood control and stormwater management, which I think would have been appropriate for that area which floods.
Any other public comment?
Mr. Chairman, maybe just to add to that, it was a specific grant for that particular item. I don't disagree with you in regards to the stormwater issue. It's just the application went in, and specifically it's for those dollars, and they cannot be used for any other particular project. But no disagreement on the stormwater issue. As I recall,
You can't speak for the audience.
Yeah.
We go to further public comment? The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0.
Bill, before you go, you want to tell us about leaf collection, where we are this year? And I was wondering, with the budget and all, are we just going to have the second pickup, or are we going to continue to pick up leaves, or after we cut off, can people put them out on Wednesday? How's that all going to operate?
Right now, we're running about 2 days behind schedule. This week's always tough with personnel. Once we get through this week, I would imagine by the end of this week, we'll be back in our second collection in District Number 1. We'll start down in the Hunt Road section and work our way up north towards the South Devon area. So we can catch up. As long as the weather stays the way it has. I mean, not having a lot of rain has helped us out a lot. We have sat one crew, but we are moving forward, and right now we're about 2 days behind.
Are we going to be able to continue to pick up leaves if people put them out later? We're going to have another program where they have to put them out on Wednesdays on bags, or?
We're still on schedule. We're going to give them their second collection, and then if there's time before the Christmas holiday, we'll go around and get piles that come out behind us if we have time.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
You're welcome.
That's it under Public Works and Engineering.
Very good. The next item is introduction of ordinance 2010-41, amending Chapter 226 for rental properties. Either Mr. Ziankowski or Mr. Rice, would you tell us about this?
The proposed ordinance is proposed to amend Chapter 226, which currently governs all rental housing units in the township. It does not cover any college rental units, university, dormitory rooms, or anything like that. This would bring in dormitory housing and other on-campus housing into the definition and under the licensing and inspection requirements of 226. Essentially what I've done here is I've added some new definitions in Section 1. Section 2 has updated the references to the building codes. It's not the BOCA building code anymore, it's the Uniform Construction Code. And Section 3 exempts Section 3, 2267E. Nothing in there has changed except the last sentence, which that contains the separation requirements that we have for student housing of 1,000 feet. That pulls out of that requirement multifamily apartment house, dormitory, or on-campus housing, which currently is not in that provision. The other item under Section 3 of the ordinance is it requires that licenses be issued on an annual basis, and then each rental unit would be subject to a minimum inspection every 3 years based upon a schedule that Matt will need to establish with the department. One other comment about the ordinance, but the major item here is that we're bringing in all rental units, including whatever's on college campuses, into this licensing process. The same as I think there's 3,000 or so rental units existing in the township. This would include everything else. One other comment on the ordinance, because there's something that needs to be added to this, you have a provision currently in 226, under section 2267, which has an exemption for dwelling units. It says dwellings located on the grounds of an educational, religious, or charitable institution, and it references a statute. That statute is the statute which makes churches, universities, schools tax exempt. It does not exempt those types of organizations from fees, inspection fees, rental housing fees, but for some reason it's in your existing ordinance, so that language would need to be taken away. We would need to remove that exemption in order to implement what's in front of you. That's not in the draft of November 18th. That's something that Matt and I talked about briefly at the end of last week. I looked at that statute, and it's not clear what the intent there is other than for dwellings, and I think it probably had to do with houses that maybe are on college campuses that are being rented out. I'm not sure, but just so we're clear, there's an exemption in there now. We would need to take that exemption out of the existing ordinance.
So, John, will you be drafting an ordinance or curative amendment or something to affect that change?
No, he wants us to make a motion to do it.
Yeah, or you want us to make a motion to do that now?
Yeah, when you're
As part
done
of this?
discussing the whole thing, my recommendation is, because this is going to need to be advertised for your December 15th meeting or 13th meeting. So any changes you want to make, this is just the introduction, any changes you want to make in this tonight, I will make those changes, and that'll be the ordinance that gets advertised. So basically, that's section 226-7G. The last sentence comes out of that section, which is the exemption language that's been in this ordinance since it was enacted, I guess, 10 years ago.
Now, my question is are we inspecting the colleges now, the dorms?
No.
Should we be inspecting them?
Yes. It's my recommendation that we look at these, especially when we look at the bigger picture of life safety issues, that we don't have the opportunity to be able to see those items. I know that Commissioner Fisher, as soon as I started here, we had conversations in regards to his particular area, rental properties, and those that are not registered, to try to give some more teeth to that, but also too looking at how we inspect all these particular properties, which I believe we need to be able to do that. And this is something that leads us in that direction, helps Matt departments out tremendously and gives him some teeth in what they do. I do want to thank Matt and John Rice for all their efforts in helping to put this together, and Commissioner Fisher for all his efforts and perseverance to stay on top of this particular issue. Matt, if there's anything else
Well,
to add.
I understand about the 300 residential rental units. What I'm discussing is the university. Have we had a discussion with them about inspecting each of these, or what's the history with inspection and why we should and why we haven't?
Good question. When I guess Bob's been here for about 6 months now, Bob. I mean, we had a dialogue. He's got a lot of things that obviously he learned in Brunswick, and he was the safety director there, and he started asking me. He's been trying to put the pieces of the puzzle in terms of where community development is and what happened last year with layoffs and where we're going. And I alerted him that housing inspections have certainly been curtailed in the past year or so. And he asked me about universities, and I said, well, we haven't been on universities. He asked me why. I said, typically what we do is when we issue a certificate of occupancy, for example, recently Sheehan Hall in Villanova's campus, we'll issue a blanket certificate of occupancy, and then we're never back in there again. And that's been just a policy. I can't explain why, but it's been that way in Eastern Villanova.
Is it a policy or a practice?
Same thing.
Practice.
No, it's not. It's different. It's a practice, right?
Yeah, it's been a practice in terms of the licensing of not only my understanding, the dormitories and anything that's on campus, and then the other rental units throughout the township.
What's the advantage that we would gain by inspecting? What's the benefit to the township of us inspecting the universities?
Well, I mean, it's certainly, we need to apply the same standards, in my opinion, that we do for single-family dwellings, multifamily dwellings that we do with dormitories. There's the same risk factors there. Need to make sure that, that fire extinguishers are up to date, smoke detectors are in place, that ground floor, or, excuse me, GFC outlets are in place. All these life safety issues that we apply to single-family, multifamily dwellings, in our opinion, need to apply in dormitories as well.
Do we know that the universities aren't doing that?
From my little experience with this, most of the colleges leave it up to the RAs to be able to do those types of inspections. I'm sure the universities will say they have, but again, too, with us having that authority for life safety, I don't think this is a tremendous detriment to the universities. It's something where I think we should do this. But I think this is phase one because, again, when we look at the businesses as well, we do not do any type of inspections of businesses, especially on the fire safety side. The township has never done those.
Well, we
And
do
that's-
health inspection on the restaurants.
That's health inspection, but also
Yeah.
I think also, too, which gives us an opportunity, but when we look at life safety, emergency exits, fire protection as well, we have never done any of those. And again, that's something where we would like to bring that as phase two to this, and I think working very closely with the Radnor Fire Company would be a benefit
Have
for
we,
us to look at.
have we had any discussion with the 4 universities?
Had a brief discussion with Villanova University last week in that regard.
Well, I think, you know, we're introducing an ordinance. I think we ought to reach out to them and tell them what the proposal is and why we're doing it. And then in the fee schedule, we charge $25 for a year for each rental unit. Is that changing? Is your proposal to change that with this year's fee schedule?
Yes, it is, because we have been so woefully undercharging
Well, it
individuals for those
it was raised
for those
$50.
services.
Sorry, it was raised $50 last year, Bill.
Okay.
From 25, that was long-term since early 2001. It was $50 last year, it was approved by the board, and then $15 for anything above 10 units. This would be proposed to be roughly $100 as it's written right now. Per unit.
$100 for each unit?
For each
And-
unit.
But that
How
would be
about-
decided
I'm sorry,
during
John,
the
I got the
fee.
floor.
I understand,
I-
but that would be
no.
separate decision. That is not part of this ordinance.
No, but, you know, we have to look at the whole thing. I know it's a separate decision, but it's part of what we're doing. So the recommendation is going to be for $100 for each rental unit, and over, if you have a 4 or 5 unit, then what's the cost?
It's the same price, because there's the same cost there. Each one still needs to be
Okay, so it's
inspected.
$100 for each unit, and then how about the dormitories?
Same price.
$100 for each dormitory. And, John, in your discussions and letters to us, you said that we can't net any revenue out of this. It has to be revenue neutral. That should be the cost of the inspection. Is that, in fact, what is happening?
Correct. I mean, this is basically a licensing ordinance for all rental units. So my discussions with Matt is in order to bring somebody in just to do the inspection, you're looking at $50 to $75 per unit. There's administrative that gets wrapped into that. There's enforcement that can be included in that. You can go and charge your overhead. You can
Yeah.
do all that. So it's in the ballpark at $100 per unit. That, in my view, it's enforceable. There's
Yeah.
been a handful of cases over the last 15, 20 years.
So this is not a revenue-generating item. This is an item we're doing, it's a safety item. And we're charging this fee to cover our costs for the inspections for the safety item. Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I just comment on the fee schedule? I mean, as I understand it, this is a fee that we're recouping our administrative costs for enforcing these ordinances, or the safety ordinances for the health, the safety, and the welfare of our citizens. So that's completely legit. How much we charge, I think we have to look carefully at so that we can defend it. I did take a few minutes and look into some of the case law that, because there's a little bit of a body of case law that has developed around this type of thing. And I think the point is made in several of these cases that when and if you have repetitive inspections, for instance, if you are inspecting billboards and they're all in the same strip, you can't charge the same $100 for each billboard because there's an economies of scale there, and then that fee is invalidated. So I think we should be very careful about, when you walk into a dorm room and there are 75 units down the hallway, defending whether each one is actually taking the same amount of time and administrative cost as going into a house or a twin. And I would feel much more comfortable with this if I felt like there was a more defensible and realistic relationship between the amount of time that needs to be spent in each unit and the fee that we charge. So I would like to see this fee schedule reflect the one that we have in now, which is, I think, $50 for a regular dwelling, and then $15 upcharge for when you have many in one place. I have no problem with raising the fee if our costs are now. I don't think we can go in and charge each dorm room $100. I think that we'll get challenged on that. So I think we need to think through what are our economies of scale if we go into a dorm unit or some sort of multiple dwelling unit on a university, and then create our fee schedule accordingly.
Well, I think the solicitor said he's the one that's going to have to defend it, so he has to work with the township manager to make sure that he can defend this fee schedule.
Mr. Chairman, and I think just to maybe offer a different opinion on that, we have been working with John on this exact issue of defendability. But also, though, I think we need to look at when do we start looking at our costs of what it's costing us to do business. And there has to be a point where we basically put our foot down to say enough of us subsidizing, giving things away to people and organizations when we start looking at what our costs are and we start recouping those. And we can't stop people from challenging us or filing lawsuits because it hasn't stopped anybody to date, and they're going to continue to keep doing that. But there's a point where we have to start looking at and looking out after the best interests of the residents and taxpayers of Radnor Township. And when we look at these inspections, these are not where they're going to walk down and just open a door and look in. I mean, the liability that goes with the inspector for that inspection, if something happens, goes back to that inspector, goes back to the township. So I think John Rice has done a very good job of challenging Matt and myself over and over and over to specifically answer that question and that concern about, being realistic in these costs. And that's where we have arrived at these particular numbers based on that, because there was a lot of administrative time, follow-up time, reports that will have to be done, because as part of this in Matt areas, a lot of it is documentation, and there's time for that. So I think that what's being proposed here is very realistic and fair. Again, the board has the ultimate decision on this, but this was done over a period of time, and as Matt mentioned, and this has been something that we've heard a lot of concerns about lack of enforcement, especially in rental areas, but also too with the life safety issue too, because I know I don't want to see anything occur here in this township because we just have never done things, or we were concerned because we didn't want to create an issue that we did not move forward in a particular item.
How do you anticipate staffing, either in-house or through an outside inspection agency to perform the inspections?
Mr. Mahoney, we anticipate part of Bob Zinkowski's recommendations next year is a hiring freeze. That's what he's proposed so far. But what we anticipate to augment that is initially with these fees charged. First of all, it wouldn't be due until June 30th. Okay, unless, am I correct, Bob, in saying that? Unless we want to amend that earlier. But typically, each year we begin mailing these applications, and there's 3,300 right now on the books. Okay, so this would add about 3,500. So we're going to have almost 7,000 rental units now. A substantial. This is going to more than double. This is a big logistical hurdle to get over. So to supplement that, and I was talking to the codes guys today and Bob a little bit, is that the idea initially is to begin with third party. They offer completely these services. They approximately charge anywhere from $55 to $65 an hour. But that's just for the inspections. I've got to be clear here that there's follow-up, there's phone calls, there's appointments. A lot of these places we haven't been into in 4 or 5 years that are going to fail. That's multiple revisits right there. So there's these, not every one of them are brand new and are going to inspect right away. These are very detailed, and a lot of them are in poor condition as well. So it's going to take some time, but initially it's third party.
All right. With regard to the comment on liability, I don't think under Pennsylvania law, specifically the Tort Claims Act, that we would have any liability if an inspector missed something and there was a fire and some personal injury or property damage or even loss of life. I don't think there's exposure to us in that regard. I think it's more along the lines of, as Matt indicated, it's not simply opening a door and looking in. It's doing all the grunt work beforehand. It's doing the licensing itself afterwards. It's policing it. And I think all these things come into play in determining what is the appropriate revenue neutral cost of these items. But I'm not at all concerned about potential liability.
So Bob, just to be clear, the approximately 60 to 65% of the cost of this fee is going to be spent on out-of-pocket vendors, and then the layering on top of that is the allocation of our people's time and effort and sort of the billing overhead and things like that.
That's correct.
So 2/3 of it is easily defensible because it'll be out of pocket.
Right, and also too, John has made it clear to us that, you know, this is not a revenue generator for us. This is to cover the expense of that operation. So by no means is this a way to try to generate some type of revenue.
I have some concerns about the scope of this and specifically whether we need it. I mean, this is a huge endeavor for us. This is a new $360,000 a year program. So I'd like information about what the universities are currently doing so that we can make a determination as to whether we want to expand into that area. I'm certainly very comfortable with the changes necessary to support the existing 3,300, but I'm less comfortable about expanding it into the universities. So anything further before I ask for a motion?
Yeah, I just want to make my comment. Don, I respect your comments, but I don't think we can exempt institutions or anyone from inspections that lead to health and safety. You know, a single loss of life can happen anywhere. It could happen in a rental unit on my street, and it can happen, God forbid, on a school, on a a university property. And these inspections will add a huge layer of safety because they will require these institutions, as well as the individual rental units, to be in compliance with the National Building Code and safety. So I think it's really important that we move ahead with this. I think this is going to be budget neutral in many ways. It's pretty clear to me if you do the math. At 3,500 units versus 7,000 units, we're going to generate a lot of revenue that can be used to offset the costs. But in the end, what we'll have is a much safer place to live. So to want to exempt anyone from this, I think is foolish. It could be dangerous. Because again, if you have a single accident, a single fire, a single electrocution, a single carbon monoxide death, because these things aren't being inspected, it's the wrong way to go. So I fully support this ordinance. I'm glad we're finally getting to this. And we can talk, fees are a whole different question. That's going to be a different conversation. That's during the fee scheduled conversation. There may be some room there for economies of scale, but my gut is telling me that as the institutions, as these housing units get larger, the complexity gets larger, so the administrative costs go up. The inspections may take a little less time, but when there are issues, that the administration and the enforcement and compliance of those issues gets more complex. So, we could try to come up with a sliding scale or a discount, but I think when you look at how complex this is and how many human lives are at stake and the health and safety issues at risk, I think it's important to go and don't create any loopholes or gaps or special consideration.
Let me just interpose a question along the lines of economies of scale. If we're inspecting an apartment building down in your ward, for example, do we charge the same for a one-bedroom as we do a two-bedroom unit? Are there any economies of scale in a place like that?
It's the way the fee structure is written now is that it's 1 through 10 is $50, okay, and then 11 and beyond is 15. So, take for example, if there's 20 units in a complex, first 10 would be 50, so that's $500 there, and the next 10 would be $15, so that's $150. So it'd be $650 total. But to add some detail to that in years past, when the guys were out there inspecting, at let's say Radnor Crossing, at 200+ units, they would block out a week and do what they could in that particular, spend all day doing that. And some of them passed and some of them failed. And not everyone's in the same condition at all. Certainly you're going to have some new units at Villanova that are going to be in great shape, but there's going to be a lot of older ones as well, and Eastern and all these others, assuming we can get on the campuses. But and there's a lot of other structures we haven't been into for a while, like I said. So there's a lot of time involved with these inspections.
Okay.
I just want to also address the point of, waiting and seeing what the institutions are doing themselves. Because, in general, it would be inappropriate to ask the landlord or the landowner to be, inspect themselves. The whole point is that, you have a third party, an impartial party. And, we love our institutions, we trust our institutions, but I don't think that they should be in a separate class, that they're allowed to inspect themselves.
Very good.
I have a question. Is this, in the budget we're going to talk about later, is this assumed in the budget?
Yes, it is.
I think I see the revenue item.
Yes.
But I'm not picking up the third-party expense. Can you point me towards it? Or you can point me towards it later?
I was actually looking for that too, to be honest. And,
Okay.
Don't worry, that was going to be my question during budget, but.
Okay. Bill, I think it's page 39 of the budget, right? That's under community development, under fees.
That's the revenue.
Revenue.
I don't see the payment to the third-party inspectors.
Payment, I'm sorry.
Very good. Does someone want to make a motion on this item?
I move to introduce ordinance number 2010-41.
With the deletion?
With the deletion, excuse me for 1 second.
It's the deletion of section.
In section 226-7G, delete the last sentence exempting religious institutions and other nonprofits.
Is there a second? Second. Any further commissioner comment? Any public comment on this?
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. I think this is absolutely mandatory to do. I live in an area that's very high with student housing. Set aside the issue of too many, some of those houses are in terrible shape and they are fire traps. And all we need to do is get a fire where houses are 10, 15 feet apart and they're old. And you could burn down the entire neighborhood. And I think these landlords should be mandated that they fix up those houses. I'm sure they don't have fire escapes, and I'm sure they don't have, all of them don't have, fire alarms in them. And when we were going through the Garrett Hill process, and we went through it very quickly, some of those houses had not been inspected for up to 9 years. So this is absolutely mandatory for the health, safety, and welfare, and it will prevent Garrett Hill from continuing to go downhill, because the landlords are going to have to fix up their houses. So I really appreciate the fact that John has really pushed for this and that you all are supporting it. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Very well, a motion's been made and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The motion carries 6-0. Public Health, Commissioner Fisher, do you have anything to add on that?
Sorry about that.
Nothing on the
Yeah,
agenda.
I don't have anything on the agenda. I guess it's under Personnel Administration.
Very
I'll wait
good.
till then.
Library, Commissioner Schaefer, you have something to add?
Just two quick announcements. The Friends of the Library had their book sale last week or the week before, and they raised $24,000. Also, the library received a generous monetary donation from the Radnor Township Education Association in honor of American Education Week, to acknowledge and honor their dedicated teachers. And it's a very nice illustration of the strong relationship between our school district and our library and how well they work together.
Very good, thank you. Personnel and Administration, Commissioner Fisher.
Thanks, Don. We have several vacancies on our boards and commissions. We have a vacancy on the Board of Health. We have 3 vacancies on the Citizens Communication Council, a vacancy on the Design Review Board, 2 vacancies on the Planning Commission, and 1 vacancy on the Zoning Hearing Board. If you're interested in applying for these positions, please send your letter of interest and your resume to Bob Zinkowski at 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania 19087, to Radnor Township.
Quick question, do you know who's coming off of planning?
I don't actually have a list in front of me. I apologize. Bob, do you have a list? Would you happen to have a list of who's?
Sure, I could forward that to the board.
Okay, thank you. Item I have Resolution 2010-66. This is an authorization to conduct an assessment center review for the position of lieutenant with the Radnor Township Police Department. Lieutenant Anthony, did you want to speak to this, or Bob?
I can speak on this.
Okay, thank you.
This is for Nair & Associates, a national firm, to be able to provide the assessment center as part of the evaluation for the lieutenant's test. Since we currently do not have a valid lieutenant's test, this would be able to provide that assessment center needed for the evaluation to the Civil Service Commission.
Okay, so I have, I'll just move to introduce this Resolution 2010-66. This is for $16,150 to cover the cost of assessments. And
we're not introducing, we're going to pass it, and I will second the motion to approve this resolution.
So I'm moving to approve.
Very well, it's been moved and approved. Commissioner comment, questions? Public comment? Very well, seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0.
One further comment under Personnel Administration. There is a Board and Commission's handbook that's in draft form. I expect to circulate this to all the Board and Commission members for comment and contribution. This is a document that just has its foundation at this point, but what I'm looking for is comment and input from all the Board and Commission members to help build out this manual. The idea is to share the expert knowledge and experience so that when we fill these positions, we have something to give to the new persons coming on so they have some idea of how to do their job and how to do it well. So the idea is to capture expert knowledge, capture best practices, and try to articulate in such a way that if someone were getting a new seat on a board or commission, they'd have a good idea day one of what they would be doing and what their responsibilities would be. So I will make sure that I work with staff to get that out in the next week or so, probably by Wednesday.
Very well, thank you. Parks and Recs, no report. Public Safety, Commissioner Mahoney.
There's one item on the agenda, and that is the request to purchase 6 ballistic vests and trauma plates in the amount of $4,648.20 from Marco Supply Company off of the state contract schedule. Lieutenant Antonini?
We have 6 officers needing replacement vests at the end of this year. We've used Marco in the past. They're a very good company to work with. Their prices are, as we mentioned, at or usually below state contract. Also, in this case, we'll be being reimbursed, I believe, by the Department of Justice for half the cost of those 6 ballistic vests.
Wonderful. I move the move the authorization to purchase the 6 ballistic vests and trauma plates in the amount of $4,648.20 from Marco Supply Company.
I'll second.
Is there a second? Apparently, yes.
Yeah, there's 2 seconds.
You can
I just
have
had
a
one
second.
question. AJ, do you know, is this the first time we're using Department of Justice grant money to reimburse for vests, or is this part of a grant that we received years ago?
We've been
or-
receiving these grants at least 7 years, maybe 8, as far back as I can remember.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioner comments or questions? Public comment? Very well. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0.
That's it for public safety.
Finance and Audit, Commissioner Higgins.
Just the first item on the agenda is the schedule of bills payable. I guess, Bob or Bill, we got to get these numbers in sync. The agenda says 11-10B. It says 2010-11B. So somewhere we have to get those in sync. Says it's a total of $1,584,657.53, and these bills have been approved by the respective department heads and verified and processed by the finance department and are within the budgetary limits for 2010. So I make a motion to approve. I have a question.
Second?
Motion second, very well, Commissioner.
Just in the context of our earlier discussion, Bob or Bill, on page 1, and I see we provide refunds, and I certainly understand if somebody signs up for an event and we cancel the event for lack of enrollment, then they should be entitled to their entire amount of money back. But it does cost us to process and manage these things. So if somebody cancels on us, they get 100% of their money back, and we have incurred administrative costs. So it's something to think about as you're thinking about the 2011 budgets. I don't know if it'll amount to much money. It may not even be worth the time and effort, but it's something to at least.
Is there a percentage you'd like to propose that we retain?
I think, it has to be within reason. Whatever you guys think is a reasonable number. I don't know how often. I just, over time, I see a lot of these things going on. Again, if it's our fault, they shouldn't be penalized, but if somebody signs up for rear yard pickup and then decides they can't get the stuff out in time, we've incurred costs. So,
Can I, Kevin, I believe we only cancel these events due to our reasons, meaning we don't get enough attendees.
It's refund of rear yard fee.
But most of the refunds that we give is because people pay twice, and they find out they send in 2 checks. That's what most of that refund is. Well,
That's what this particular one,
yeah, over
that's
the
the
years,
specific
that's what
reason with
most
this
of the
particular
refunds that
one.
people are, is that they pay
Again,
twice.
I don't want to make any assumptions. Take a look at it, see if it's worth it. If it's not, don't do it. If it is, do it.
No, but I'm.
Also, I want to indicate that there's a handful of purchases from Office Basics, and I had previously recused myself on those items. Very well, anything further from the commissioners? Any public comment? Very well, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0.
All right, the next item is the motion to transfer the net parking permit revenues collected from July 1, 2009 through June 30, 2010 from the Bellevue parking lot to the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust pursuant to Ordinance 2000-12 in the amount of $41,648, less 900, which is the gross amount collected less $945 for the purchase of parking placards. And this we handled in the budget through a line item, something coming in and a separate line item going out. Is that correct?
That's how it's accounted for in future budgets. This one's to actually authorize the township to transfer the funds.
I move the approval.
Second.
Commissioner comment, questions?
Am I going to be the only one with comments? I'm a little surprised to see this on the agenda. I raised a lot of questions about this pass-through activity in the past. One of the issues I have with this is the township is fully on the hook for the liability of this parking arrangement in Wayne, meaning we insure that lot, we plow that lot. I believe we plow that, maintain that lot, probably pay for the lighting on that lot. And yet we're receiving revenues on that lot, and those revenues are being passed out of our hands into a nonprofit that doesn't have any of the same reporting requirements that we have. They don't have the same bidding requirements that we have. They don't have the same reporting requirements we have. They're private, they're a nonprofit. They're not required to produce and display to the public in this forum any type of budget, any type of financial disclosure. So my issue here is that this entity, while it does probably good work, is in effect circumventing the entire bidding process that we're subject to as a public entity. So I can't support passing this money, whether it's through this resolution or this action or even through budget means, because we have no way to control the way that money's being spent. Now, on the flip side of this, I recognize that the businesses in Wayne benefit from that parking, and they pay for that parking, and they want to continue to do so. But my big issue with that is that we're doing nothing long-term to address the long-term parking needs for Wayne. There will be a need at some point to do structured parking or some other mechanism to create parking in Wayne. And I'm not seeing any savings mechanism. I'm not seeing the creation of any sinking fund to fund such an expensive proposition. So year after year, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 is being passed through the township. For many years, it was never on the books. It wasn't properly being reported. And now we're going to do it properly, but we're still doing something. We're probably getting better at doing the wrong thing. And what I'd like to see is that this money get put into a sinking fund, an earmark fund that can be used for answering this long-term parking need in Wayne. We're talking about millions of dollars to build a parking garage in Wayne, maybe $500,000 to $2 million to build a garage. And yet all this funding that could be used for that is being passed through and given to a private institution, private organization. So I'm not in favor of this for that reason. I've talked to many of the business owners. Many of them are in favor of the money staying in Wayne, but they're not necessarily in favor with the lack of transparency and the lack of control that the commissioners should have in the expenditure of those funds.
Bob, is there a lack of transparency? I mean, don't we know the projects they're doing? That North Wayne, the sidewalk at North Wayne at the train station, was that part of one of their projects?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, that was an outstanding.
But this board didn't vote on that, so we don't have any oversight.
Mind if I, just because I want to sort of support some of the things you're saying. I'm opposed to it also for a slightly different reason. To me, the problem is that this is taxpayer money and elected people should decide how it's used. So to me, we should decide what projects it should come before this board, and we should allocate the money accordingly. And to me, it's inappropriate to pass the money through to a nonprofit, let the nonprofit make the decisions.
However, when this issue was raised several months ago, we had a very thorough vetting of the issue, including input from the Wayne Business Association, which insisted that the members had paid their money in, believing and understanding that the money would be then going to the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust for projects in the center of Wayne. And that's exactly what has occurred recently through Susan Burns' efforts and the staff. We have what is a fabulous result up by the train station. And without her efforts and the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust efforts, we wouldn't have that. And I think we determined that because it's a 501c3, they were not subject to the bidding requirements under the charter. Therefore, we decided to let it go as long as the accounting was changed. And we've changed that accounting, have we not?
We've
Mr.
changed the
Zinkowski?
accounting from the township standpoint in that it is on our books now, and there's actually a formal motion in front of that the board has to approve in order to transfer the funds. Yes.
Right.
So
I think that before we start going down that road again, we ought to remember what our earlier discussion was, and we had Mac McCoy in here and other members of the Community Trust who I think explained in very great detail what they had been doing. I thought the transparency was clearly there. It was simply an accounting faux pas on the township's part, which we've corrected. So I disagree with the two comments that you gentlemen have, and I think we should go ahead with this.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, we give $2 million of taxpayer money every year to nonprofits. In our library, in our fire companies, in our Studio 21, there's a long laundry list. And they buy things and use that money without going through bidding processes. And that's pretty standard procedure for government entities all over the United States, that you support, you give grants, basically.
Well, they do a bidding process. They don't follow the township bidding
right.
process.
They
but
don't
go
follow
out for
our
proposals,
charter,
yes.
exactly.
Yes.
So now, in this case, the funding from the taxpayer funding has a pretty direct, it's a pretty direct connection. It's identified and earmarked from this particular lot or set of lots, this money is being used and funneled into this nonprofit, so it's a little bit more disconcerting. But the notion that and I do think that nonprofits that are funded by government entities in general have an obligation to share their annual their reports, to be transparent, to share how they're what they're doing with the money. But you know, we don't hold all of those other nonprofits to following our charter either.
So just to be clear, my understanding, and I want to make sure I understand this correctly, is the money comes from permits sold to the local businesses in Wayne for their employees to park in spots in that lot, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
way-
my
Kevin,
understanding.
The way it started was no, but I just want to say that, yeah. Yeah,
And
but those
customers.
permits were issued so that the restaurants who did not have enough parking, the zoning hearing board was able to give them permission to open a restaurant without enough parking because this parking was provided in this lot. And then it was determined that the revenues from that lot would go to the enhancement, and they would work with the Wayne Business District on different programs and improvements of Wayne.
But I just want to, it's not residents who were paying this, it's businesses who buy the permits.
I want to make two follow-up comments. The first comment I want to make is none of the nonprofits that we give money to in this township's edict is to do improvements, you know, public works like improvements. So when we give money to the library for operating, they're using that money to provide services. If they were using that money to do public improvements, public works like improvements, I would have a problem with it. I would immediately have a problem with it. The reason our charter is written the way it's written is to put safeguards in so that cronyism can't exist. We have a bidding process that is used to protect the taxpayers and to make sure that when we do projects, we have a bidding process. Those bids are opened by staff in a group of members of staff, and the lowest, highest qualified bidder gets the job. With the current process of transferring being a pass-through of this money, none of that necessarily has to happen. I'm not saying that it isn't happening. I'm just saying we have no way of knowing that. The second distinction I want to make is that on Commissioner, on Bill's comments, that you know, prior to this money was being passed through, and the whole the predicate for this is that the parking arrangement in Wayne is required to allow these businesses to open in the first place. As a condition of zoning, these businesses need to provide additional parking, and those zoning approvals were completely predicated on this additional parking. So we have an obligation as a township to maintain parking now, because we created this mechanism for parking, and now all those zoning approvals are based on it. If at any point that parking lot goes away, if AT&T decides, you know what, we don't want to rent that anymore, what are we going to do? We're going to shut down the parking lot, and every one of those businesses will be non-conforming and no longer have a right to operate. So we're going to have a problem on our hands. We're going to have about $1 million or $2 million problem on our hands. And that problem could be addressed if we take this money, put it into a sinking fund every year, and hopefully we get another 10 years out of it, and we raise $500,000 to $1 million over the next 10 years, and we use that money to build a parking garage if and when we need it. And I don't want to take money from the business owners. I think the business owners have a right to do this, and I think this is a good thing for Wayne businesses. But I think we have to think long-term, and we have to be responsible to the future, not to the present. Look, we want to have nice landscape. We want to have nice street amenities and public works projects in Wayne, but I want them in Garrett Hill too. But I'm not willing to set up some type of a pass-through organization. I'm not willing to get this township to collect parking meter money and send it to the Garrett Hill Enhancement Trust. I don't think that's right. I won't ever ask for that. You will never hear me ask for that money to go to the people sitting in the back of this room. Because while I trust all of them with my money, my own personal money, I don't trust them with the public's money. That's my job. I have to be the one that sits up here and holds the line and shows transparency, shows that we follow the laws, we follow the rules, and then everyone benefits. But the way I'm seeing this going, this is going down. We're getting better doing the wrong thing, and I can't stand for it. I'm not going to vote against it. You already know how I feel.
Just some comments from me. I think it's different than the library in one way, that the library and the fire department, they require expertise. These projects don't require the same level of expertise. This is something that we can do in-house, where it'd be very hard for us to run a fire department, so there is that distinction. And then I remember the motion differently, or the action differently than Commissioner Mahoney. I recall that we changed the accounting structure, and then we indicated that the fund should be dedicated to the downtown area. I think that's a good idea, but I don't know that we required that those funds be distributed to the rect. So in my opinion, we should dedicate the funds to the downtown area, and the difference is if those who want the funds used have to make an argument. My opinion is they should make that argument to the Board of Commissioners, not to the rect. So further comment before I.
Well, when the system was set up and the zoning hearing board approved it, it approved right in the resolution that the money would go to the Radnor Enhancement Trust. It's right in the resolution. And the Radnor Enhancement Trust has done the corner in Wayne, they've done lighting, and everything they've done is a matter of public record. What they just did at the train station, the township, without any capital funds, wouldn't have done that. Now there's a nice sidewalk. You can walk in front of all the parked cars that are parked at the train station, and it's just a tremendous, and they did that working with the township and the Wayne Business District. They didn't do that by themselves, did they, Bob? Weren't we hand in hand with Dan Malloy? Didn't we know every step of the way what was happening there and how much it cost?
Through the process? Yes.
Yeah. So, if you want to change the process, you can change the process and we can have public debate about it. But right now we have an enhancement trust, and they've been charged with working with the Wayne Business District, and they're now working with the township on these projects to improve the center of Wayne. And I think we should approve this transfer.
Very good.
I call the question.
Let me
we
just
need
follow
public
up on
comment
those.
first.
Yeah, I think, look, I'm in favor of this. I think they signed up for it. This is the rules. But I do think we ought to revisit the process as Bill discussed and strive for perhaps more transparency. So that would be something, Bob, if you put on your list of tasks for next year, since I think we're going to spend most of the rest of this year on the budget.
I agree with you, Kevin. I'd like to revisit this. I mean, going forward, to me, this feels and smells like we're giving a grant to a nonprofit, which is fine. Whether this is the right nonprofit for that particular goal, enhancing Wayne, I think we should have that discussion.
Why don't we just have that discussion now? This resolution to transfer the money is no different than us deciding in a policy statement that we're going to put this money into a sinking fund. They don't need the money. I assume they don't need the money right now. They had $170,000 of cash. I don't know how much was used for the Wayne improvement, but I would assume there's still money in their bank. I think it's best for good government for us to decide this later. We don't need to give the money away. That's like saying, well, once we give the money away, we don't want to have to claw it back, because there was $170,000 in their coffers, and I didn't want to have to claw it back. But at this point,
At least it's being spent in Radnor Township.
Very good.
Oh.
All right.
I
Is
call
there
the
anything
question.
further before we go to public comment? Public comment on this issue?
Good evening, Sarah Armstrong, Radnor resident. I'm clawing this one a little bit from the archives, but have you seen a list of the authorized check signers for this particular checking account?
Well, David Bayshore was the
Okay.
treasurer
Yes.
of this for 7 years.
Yes.
And that is my biggest concern,
Yes.
that over 7 years, we had an ex-manager who has been accused of malfeasance, who was in charge of the money. And that raises big questions for me, because now I have, while I trust most of the people involved with that, there's one person I didn't trust. It was David Bayshore. So, that's my opinion, but, I have a problem when the manager of a township is also the treasurer of a private
Well, he's
nonprofit.
no longer, so.
But he was.
I know.
And these projects were getting done. This is just total circumvention of the public process in my mind. That's what it was.
Have you
had
actually
a
seen-
manager
yeah.
managing the money.
We're
of
in
a
total
private-
agreement.
Yeah.
Have you actually seen the authorized check signing card, which you could get from the bank? I would, as a board, you should definitely make sure that he's no longer an authorized check signer on that account.
Mac McCoy was out here and he told us that he is no
That-
longer has anything to do with the trust.
Okay. The other thing is, the last time I did look, they were not up to date on their IRS filings, so you may want to check that too. They may be now, but the last time I checked, I'm pulling this one from the archives, but I have the same concerns you do. Thanks.
Chip Layfield, Wayne. Yeah, I'm opposed to this money going to this organization. I think, you know, the difference between the library and those other organizations is, in fact, the zoning. I've never heard of anything like this where a zoning hearing board tells certain businesses, not all businesses, just certain businesses, that they're required for occupancy, pay a fee, and then turn that fee over to a nonprofit that does not supply minutes, doesn't allow the public to come in. You don't know what's discussed at their board meetings. I think it's outrageous. I think with the pending tax increase we have, the idea of sending this money down there I think it's just terrible. I really do. I think it would be more equitable for the businesses and the community, so that we have somebody that we can address our concerns to, for you to keep the money here, and so that all the businesses, all the community contribute into a general fund, and then do the improvements in a very public way. There is no transparency as far as the public process, and that was part of the design. If you go back to the very beginning, they talked about the opportunities they had by avoiding the public process. And I really would urge you to be responsible and keep our money here. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Susan Byrne from Luella Court, and I'm mostly responsible for the train station work that was done. I'll give you a little bit of background. The project started 2 years ago. I sent letters out to everybody in this room, well, not everybody in this room, but I don't know everybody in this room, but everybody that I could possibly think of. It was probably about 30 or 40. It was done in November of 2008. If you all recall, November of 2008 was a busy time for everybody. Nobody responded. So nothing would have happened with this project at all had it not been through the volunteer efforts of me and my community. Those volunteer efforts, this is all part-time, so you can't encumber the time too much or the work will not get done. It has to be done so that it can be done on a volunteer basis. And not just to the advantage of the restaurants that caused the parking issue in Wayne, but also to the residents that surround it. I pay a price, an opportunity cost, for having Wayne be such a great place, and I love it. But that inconvenience, I should benefit from that inconvenience with something like the Enhancement Trust. Had that money been put into a general fund, it would have disappeared entirely, I firmly believe. I frankly don't want you all doing everything. I want you to do what you do best, and that's govern, but it's not have your hands and micromanage in everything, because when you do, sometimes things can't get done. So through this small investment and the large investment of my time, we were able to take advantage of 2 major utilities donating more than 2/3 of the project's costs, which wouldn't have been able to happen had it been too encumbered by too much bureaucracy. So I ask you not to put it into the general fund, because what you're concerned about, John, is generally accepted accounting principles. And if GAAP rules had been followed, Dave Bayshore never would have been able to do what he did. The auditor shouldn't have been reported to him. Checks and balances should have been in place. They were not. I don't see that fully as the responsibility of this board as much as it is to the auditors that you had and to other participants in the process. But now I think you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater a little bit, and you're risking the ability of these projects to take place at all. So if you like that project and you want most of the money to have come from volunteer efforts, nothing really from the, other than a little bit of township time, Dan and Matt, but not a tremendous amount of it. The 2 major transportation authorities I dealt with were easier to get moving, and the project would have been done a long time ago. So keep that in mind. Sometimes government is not the best place for the effort to take place. Sometimes it's someplace else. Thank you.
We thank you for your effort on that project. It's tremendous.
Thanks.
Diane Turley, President of the Wayne Business Association. And I'm very familiar with the whole program. I was on the board for the Wayne Business Association when the permit fees were collected by the Wayne Business Association, and Wayne Business Association rented that spot from AT&T, which was a very long time ago. And then during one of the president's tenure, it was transferred over to the township, and the trust, rather. And although I see the flaws that you're talking about, John, I would encourage that the funds are channeled back into the downtown district, strictly because it is the businesses in the downtown district that are not, it's not a tax, it's a permit that they're paying for the parking for their employees. And although the system is flawed, I think that can be worked out, although I think it would be beneficial if the committee from the trust were here to represent themselves. And that would be more fair, I think. Thank you.
And do you mind if, how would you feel if the money, instead of being directed to the trust, were put into what we call a sinking fund? This is a dedicated fund. It's like it's a opportunity fund for a specific district, for the Wayne Business Overlay District. Would that give you the assurance that we're not going to take that money and use it for some other purpose? Because I think I appreciate the work of Susan Byrne and the members of the trust in the work they've done in the past, but we still have this disconnect. So the idea is the money can still be spent in Wayne, but there has to be a process that has a public part.
But what you suggested, though, was that the money go into a sinking fund for the eventual construction of a parking facility.
Okay, that's fine. So maybe
that's
I'm
what you want.
Well, that's what.
Maybe that's not what the businesses want.
Well, let me ask you this: what would the businesses do if we lost that parking lot and then the township codes official came to those restaurants and said, "I'm sorry, you have to close your doors now"? Or
no, they're grandfathered in now, John.
It would be a non-conforming. It would be a non-conforming use.
Yeah, they're grandfathered in. If they lose their parking, they're grandfathered in. You know, so they wouldn't close the restaurants, John. Trust
Okay.
me.
Well, I don't agree with that assessment because there's an implied contract here. When the township granted that parking, we implied that we would allow them to open up under those terms, and that parking existed. That's a contract. Okay, so I don't agree with your assessment, Bill. You're right. When things change, you have nonconformities, you have existing conditions, but that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about changing conditions. It's the same thing if a restaurant were to plant trees in their parking lot and lose 5 parking spaces. They would now be voluntarily losing their parking spaces. They would not be able to operate the way they do now. So it's really the same thing. It's the same thing. If you lose your parking, you lose your right.
With all due respect, we have a solicitor over there who could probably answer that question. And I don't think he's going to agree with you.
Well, that's fine.
That if the parking gets lost, all those businesses have to shut down.
Well,
is that what would happen, John?
Can we issue licenses to those businesses to operate if they're
Can John
not
answer that
conforming?
question?
It depends on what the zoning hearing board decisions say. I mean, I haven't looked at all those zoning hearing board decisions, but if there are conditions in there that, for whatever reason, get removed, I mean, they're not going to have to shut down, first of all. They've got a vested right to stay there. They may have an argument that the township needs to provide parking for them somewhere else, but it's not going to shut down the businesses if that happens.
What happens if a business changes hands? So if a restaurant sells to a new owner, what happens then?
That'll follow the land.
John, you're opposed to this. You know, you've been opposed to it.
Well, I'm doing my diligence.
I understand it, but the fact of
And
the
I
matter
don't
is
sense that
that the enhancement trust come in here. We had a big debate about this. The money was going to go to the township, and then we were going to transfer it back to the enhancement trust.
The debate went that we were going to put that money into the township's coffers, and as projects came up, we would vote as a board on whether to expend that money.
Well, we're voting tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to come to risk, so I think we're just going to call the vote.
Yeah.
I'd just like to ask while we have you here. So right now we're making a decision for 2010's money. Going forward, I mean, is this a use of this money, which stems from the Wayne Business Association's activities? Is this using this nonprofit for this grant? Is this what the business community wants? I mean, or is there discussion that there are other uses that would be more beneficial, perhaps a parking lot or whatnot?
Well, to back up a little bit. I do work behind the scenes with the trust, and I screen ideas through them and give them a wish list of things that we would like to see happen. And so I do have a working relationship with the trust board. And does everybody want a parking deck? I don't know about that. And, you know, that's something to discuss and put on the back burner. But if the revenue's $41,000 or in that neighborhood for 2010, you know, it's going to be a long time before we.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we have the Community Development Committee sit down with the Wayne Business District and the Enhancement Trust and hash this all out and come back with a recommendation that we can discuss publicly?
I think that's a great idea, and I think we should hold off transferring the money until we do that.
Okay. All right, I'll call the question.
Any other public comment?
Well, can I just ask, is there a, oh, I'm sorry, Susan, is there a rush for this? I mean, can we wait until we have that discussion?
No, because, you know, they just did a big project that we're involved in. and
Bill,
we need to put
actually,
this money-
Susan, what was the contribution from the, see, this is the point. How much, I don't even know, how much was the contribution from the trust
The
to the
contribution
project?
from the trust at this point, the estimate was for $45,000.
And they have 170,000 in the bank. So why are we giving them more money right now?
Because it's not the only
It's-
project around.
But
It's
Susan,
not.
I
The Well
think,
Court was a project, the Blue Route entrance was a project. It's not the Radnor Parking Trust. That's $18,000 for a parking space if we went on ground. That was what Commit and Associates told us years ago, for a parking thing. The problem with parking has to do with the selection of the landlords for the people that operate in those facilities. It's the Radnor Enhancement Trust, which means it's not for parking. It's for all the other things that are good for business and good for community and make an area attractive for
but I think
shoppers.
what I needed to know was how much did they contribute, and is there urgency here? There doesn't seem to be any urgency here in transferring the
Well,
money.
if they paid out $45,000 for this project.
Yes.
And we're
They haven't paid
asking,
it.
the motion is to transfer $41,648, seems to be pretty close. Is that what the idea was here, Bob, or Bill, or John?
The amount that we're transferring, or the amount that's in the motion to be transferred, is based entirely on the amount of revenue. Honestly, I don't know if that's the fact that the two numbers are so close are tied to one another, if it's
All right,
coincidental.
so it's a coincidence, but they
Yeah.
did pay out the money.
So I think the only issue for us now, we've debated the other one. I don't see, but Elaine, do you have resolution on your question? Do you want to talk more about, because to me, I think we should wait. I'm against it, period, but if not, I prefer.
I'm not against it at all. I would tend to say I would fund this grant. However, I do think this conversation needs to be had, and if there's no rush, I think it's a better decision if we have the conversation first. That's my opinion.
Very good. So any further debate, or are you ready for the vote? Very good. So further public comment?
As far as the project is concerned, all the gardens that are now mud will remain mud until you've decided what you're going to do, which is exactly why I don't think everything should go through a government organization.
The fact is, we should, Elaine, we should fund this.
Susan, could you explain that comment? Because we're not telling the trust not to do that project. We're
I can't
deciding.
speak for the trust. I'm not a member of the trust.
Well, but you're saying those beds will remain mud. You made a comment that something's
Well,
not going to get done.
It's November, and if the project was to have been completed in June, and then we started going into this back and forth about things, and it's now December, and it's going to get too cold to do anything. So I'm not going to pay for it. I've
Elaine-
already invested enough in this.
Elaine, we should approve this and then have a discussion and decide what we want to do next year. You know, we've had this discussion over and over again. This isn't the first time we discussed
So
this.
I just think we should vote. If you think it's a bad idea, then vote against it would be my
Don,
thought.
when is
So,
your next community development meeting?
I intend to have one in February.
Yeah, come on, let's just do it, Elaine.
So
Let's go.
I don't mean to cut you off,
Yeah.
Susan. Anything
All right,
further to
call
add?
the question.
No, I'm just
Very good.
using, this is a perfect example of why it's not always good to get government
Very good.
involved in everything.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Anyone else on this issue? Very well. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. The motion carries 4-2.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item M, Resolution 2010-67, amending Resolution 2010-57 to amend the operating and capital budget for 2010. And Bill, I sent you an email last night that I am extraordinarily perplexed by this resolution, because you don't usually change your budget. You forecast and report actuals, but the way this is worded is we're changing the budget.
From the one that was presented, there wasn't a real budget. This is the real budget now.
Well, no, it's not.
Oh, this is 2010, I'm sorry.
The budget is the budget, but you have actuals, and we're sort of, the way this is worded is we're sort of retrofitting the budget to reflect actuals. So is this a governmental thing or what?
Well, we would be amending the 2010 revenue and expense budgets to reflect the items that are identified in this resolution. But the purpose of the amendment isn't to retrofit the budget to match actuals as much as, well, I guess that is the purpose. But the goal is to try to better estimate what our ending fund balances are going to be for the year. Instead of using
Why do we have to
numbers that are
change the
12
budget?
months old.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but why do you phrase it as changing the budget? Why don't you present to us with a forecast that says this is what I think the actuals are going to be?
Well, because the charter says that the only official document we have is a budget in terms of what the board approves.
Do we do this every year?
You know, I'm not sure.
I mean,
I
don't
think
we-
the township has done it in.
Don't we?
In past years, I think they've had, from time to time, you've done.
No, we reallocated
budget
funds.
Resolution
We
to.
would do resolutions
Yes, the
because
charter allows for.
we didn't spend the money on snow removal, but we spent extra money on police protection, so
Correct.
we moved the money and
This
we
is
made
just
a
making
resolution.
a more official process.
Yeah.
And
And is
it's
this,
kind
the s-
of
are we
a
doing the
list of
same thing here?
resolutions.
Is this the same thing?
Very similar.
Basically, yes. And the idea is now that we've got 10 months of actual activity, is to, in essence, amend the 2010 budget to reflect that activity so we have a better idea of where we're going to end the year at. The fact is
But
the
are we going to have to
budget
do
is
this again in February for the actuals? Or January when we have actuals?
No. Because
Well, how are you going to update the actuals for the end of the year then under that logic?
well, the actuals are the actuals. There's no board action needed for the actual money that comes in or goes out of our accounts. What does require board action is the budget. So in putting together
But
the 2011
this can't
budget,
this isn't perfect foresight. You're going to have differences.
if it is, then
Yeah, you're going to go out and buy a
He
lottery
won't be,
ticket.
he won't be working here if he can
Understand that,
forecast
believe me.
exactly what that will be.
If I could figure that out, I'd go to Las Vegas.
But I
or
also
the
think
ring.
what he's trying to do is bring in alignment so you're seeing what the actual budget is here, instead of going on something that's not accurate. So you're updating to reflect what currently is here, which, since I've been here, that's what I've heard the board over and over request, that you want to see
Well, you see, I
where
think
the budget's at, so.
Right, perhaps it's an issue in terminology. I would never change the budget. You don't change your budget. Your budget is what you passed and set it. Then you report on what the actuals are, and you have variances to that. And that's what's got me uncomfortable is this is a retroactive changing of the budget.
Amending.
yeah, I'm not sure if it'll help with your anxiety on the issue, but when we report this in our financial statements in February or in spring of next year, typically when we report the cash activity, which is what we're looking at here, so we're not talking about the GAAP activity, there'll be 3 columns. There'll be a beginning or original budget, there'll be an amended budget, and then there will be the actuals. Actually 4 columns, because then there'll be a variance. So the beginning budget, as it was adopted by the board last December, is memorialized and will always exist and will be reflected when we have the full year's actual numbers. The purpose of the amendment now is so that we have an official document that's been board approved that does a little bit better job of predicting what our cash balances might be at the end of the year, so that we can utilize that information going into 2011.
I understand your logic. I think we're probably having a debate over terminology more than anything else. And I'm uncomfortable with the concept of changing the budget.
Kevin, can I ask a few questions? Does this budget amendment cause us to expend more money than the original budget? And if it does, how much?
No, as a matter of fact, based on the way activity has gone during or throughout the year, it's actually a reduction in appropriations of $574,000 in the general fund and some change, so 575 if you round it. A reduction of approximately $968,000 in the sewer fund, a reduction of $50,000 in the liquid fuels fund.
All right, that's adequate.
So,
Thanks, Bill.
I mean,
another question, is this amended budget, is this supported by the charter and also by any accounting principles that govern municipalities?
Well, first of all, yeah, it is supported by the charter. The charter does allow for the township to amend the current budget on several conditions, the two of which are identified as part of this one are transferring appropriations between various departments, and the other one is if there are new revenues that have been realized, the ability to appropriate them for expenditure. So those two stipulations within our charter allow for the amendment. In terms of the best practice, my history has always been that as the budget is not something that is done, passed, and then just sits somewhere. It's a living document. It changes throughout the year. As grants become available, those grants are built into the budget. Or in a lot of cases here, we've got major projects that were expected to move forward this year but are now moving into next year, so you amend this year's budget to reduce it and build it into the numbers for 11. I mean, there are those types of ongoing events that change the budget. So amending the budget to reflect those types of items always keeps the budget as fresh as possible, knowing that where you started is always there. It's not going to be something that's lost with the amendments that take place. So I can't cite a specific best practice sitting in the GFOA somewhere, but it's always been helpful to know that, at least occasionally, that the budget's updated to know that it's fresh with the new things that are going on.
All right, thank you. That satisfies my questions.
I'll move the approval of the resolution.
Second. And let me just say, I'm not sure what all the consternation is about. This is a happy, happy ending. This new and improved budget is thrilling. Instead, at the beginning of the year, we thought we were going to be in a very big deficit at the end of this year and really digging into our fund balance. Instead, we are in the black and we are actually adding to our fund balance. So we are starting out 2011 in a far, far stronger financial position, much more than we anticipated. So it's thrilling. I love this budget. And I just want to point out some of the major increases and some of the major savings that we saw and that are reflected in this new and improved budget because, in my opinion, they're pretty exciting. We were up $1.4 million in our business privilege tax. That's a big number. And we didn't anticipate that, and we're now enjoying it. We are up $380,000 in our audit results. Great. We've had some major, major savings from our staff cutting back. We were down. We have $190,000 of savings in our administrative costs. Our police department spending went down $198,000. We also have a positive impact of not spending $700,000 that we had budgeted for our employment benefit, post-employment benefit needs that we thought we would have. So in the end, this is a very happy day, and our fund balance is actually growing, going in bigger than it was going into 2011. So I did have one question that I couldn't quite figure out, and that was in our solid waste department.
Mm-hmm.
Salaries went up, and I was really surprised to see that because of our the service reduction and all that we had anticipated seeing in savings there.
Yeah, this is about 90% knowledge and about 10% speculation, but I think that when the budget was adopted last year for that department, there had been some some layoffs or some sort of reductions expected to take place in that department that did not happen. So the budget was reflective of reductions in staff
What
that did not.
happened, we were going to lay off 4 people, but if we got the income, if we passed the $350 fee, then we were able to keep 2 people. So we didn't, they had these reductions planned in the budget, and then they didn't happen. We kept 2 people, but we got the income from the $350 to cover those 2 people. So the revenue, the expense is up for the trash collection, but we have this extra fee that we got, $350 from 300 people, to counterbalance that.
We never actually ended up taking those staff reductions.
Yes, we did.
We did take 2?
Yeah, but we budgeted for 4. Okay?
This doesn't, I mean, the numbers don't reflect taking any reductions.
What's that?
The numbers went up
From-
200 on that line
From 9 to 10?
No, they went up $140,000 in salary.
So maybe we budgeted 4 less, but we should have budgeted 2 less, which would account for the increase.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's what it was.
And the revenue, I know the revenue from, I don't have it in front of me, but the revenue was at least
Yeah, that was significantly higher.
170,000?
Yeah. So I'm sure it more than covered
Yeah.
the staff reductions
Yeah.
we didn't take.
But that's what we agreed, that if we went to rear yard collection, we would keep 2 people.
If I could, I got a couple of comments based on the overall changes. First of all, in regards to the revenue, the increases that we realize this year are, without a doubt, it's always better when you have these kind of results than if things were the other way. I do want to say, though, that most of the increase that we realize this year are the results of one-time settlements and audit settlements with various entities. So while it's good news now, and it certainly helps our cash reserves as we close out 2010, there's no way to sit here right now and say with a lot of confidence that this is something that'll happen every year. So I do want to throw that caution out there, cautious optimism, if you will. The refuse, the fee that was instituted this year for the rear yard pickup generated, or at current numbers, generated a little over 121,000. So it offset most of what is needed on that increase. I do know that there's a little bit more revenue that may come in yet this year for that, based on the action the board took back in August, I think, with the fee amendment. But so those should come close to offsetting each other. But by and large, yeah, what we've, outside of the one-time revenue realizations we've done in the general fund, most of the other revenues are pretty close to how they were originally anticipated. But the township has done good on the expense side, without any question. The only other comment that I would like to make is with regard to the sewer fund, and that is a reduction in both the revenues and expenditures. The reduction in revenues, and it's just because they're large numbers, the reduction in revenues is about $576,000, and that's a result of the budget was passed before I believe the township had the updated usage numbers from the water usage from 2008. So that revenue was overstated and is being brought down. However, on the expense side, the township's contribution to the RHM Sewer Authority also came in way under. They announced that our fourth quarter payment would be significantly less than what we had budgeted. So those two kind of offset each other, which is, at the end of the day, good news. So
209 sewer, water readings we didn't have.
209.
Budget, yes.
Yeah, yes.
In other words, we're going to send our bills based out on what the water usage is for 210, for 211.
Right, yes.
Is the sewer fund, is that figure going up? What's the...
For 11?
For 11?
Yes, and as it's proposed, a 2.9% increase there, and getting ahead of ourselves a little bit,
Yeah,
but it's
I know.
part of that
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Any other?
Yeah, I just have a few closing comments. I do honestly think, Bill, we're having a dispute over terminology more than anything else, and I appreciate the effort you put in giving us actuals, I think, and a projection. I think two things. I'm not going to impale myself on the sword over this terminology, but I think we ought to try to get aligned, whether it's a governmental thing or not. In my world, the budget is the budget, and you have projection, forecast, you can call it whatever you want, but you don't call it a revised budget. The other thing I think we ought to strive for is seeing this on a regular and earlier basis next year, whether it's quarterly or something, so that we do have more visibility to what the full year looks like. I recognize that you guys did a great job in trying to get your hands around it in short order, and I didn't intend to my comments to be a criticism. It was more of an issue of just making sure that there's an appropriate and accurate record. So, you and I can take that discussion offline and see if we can come to some kind of agreement on appropriate terminology.
Sure. Yeah, and I would agree with the more frequency, because it would be good for my well-being to know the numbers too.
I have one other question about the sewer fund. A few months ago, we had a chart. You gave us a chart on a PowerPoint, and it showed transfers in and transfers out of all different funds. And it reflected a $750,000 loan that had been made out of the sewer fund. No, I'm sorry, out of the open space fund into the sewer fund. I don't see that reflected anywhere in 2010 or 2011.
Yeah, it's not in the budgeted numbers because that is a gap transaction. It's basically it's a loan from one fund to another. That's not on the cash basis books. But what our intention is in December is to present to the board a resolution that takes care of, if the cash is available, which it appears it will be, is making the transfers necessary to repay those loans, to try to clean those up. But it's not, the due tos and due froms, and again, I don't want to get into all the accounting jargon because it does get confusing, because those are differences from inter-fund transfers.
Okay.
But the due tos and due froms that exist in our financial statements, those are real and they're legitimate obligations from one fund to another. And we'll submit to the board a resolution to try to get those repaid yet this year, to try to get those cleaned up, along with the inter-fund transfers that are also on the cash books.
Okay. Okay, I get it. Thanks.
Sure.
Anything else from the board? Public comment?
George Packer, 27 Fairview Drive. Just a question on the backyard trash collection fees. Does everybody pay the same?
No.
Everybody pays $350 except the ordinance where there are 9 row houses together. There were 18 row houses. We reduced that fee to anyone that has row houses to $200 a house.
All right, so but other than that,
everybody else pays $350, whether you have a long driveway
sure.
or...
Except there are provisions that you can, if you have both medical and financial hardship, you can get it waived. We have a process in place for that.
Okay, that was my question.
Very good, thank you. No further public comment? Further public comment?
Very good. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. The motion carries 6-0.
Well, I guess turn the next discussion point over to Bill or Bob, who's ever going to walk us through. But it looks like you guys have it teed up for giving us a presentation on preliminary 2011 budget.
Sure. What I'll do is I'll start off and then turn it over to Bill. But first I want to thank a few people, all the department heads and the staff for all their hard work and effort in helping to put this budget together, and all the associated narratives that sit within this current budget. As part of this process here, I believe this is probably the first time that a lot of the department heads have been this involved in their budget. It's a good thing for them to understand that, but also it helps to hold them accountable for how their budget is administered and managed. That now they have to get their monthly budget reports, they have to balance their budgets and work very closely with the finance director. So it has been a good exercise for us in moving forward, which is something which I believe that should be done. Secondly, I want to thank the members of the CB-FAC group for all their hard work and effort and what they put in. It was a great baseline for us to be able to work off of and be able to try to align what we are proposing and put things in place as we look at going down the road. So I do want to thank them for all their hard work and effort. This is probably not the first budget that I anticipated submitting to the community and to the Board of Commissioners with this type of impact and this type of increase here. But it's something that, looking at and reviewing, it's something that is necessary to put forward. I do want to thank Bill White for all his time in helping to prepare the budget document as well. I know crunching the numbers and especially trying to get arms wrapped around this budget, I want to thank him for his efforts. Included in the budget proposal, there are copies in the back of the room here. There are hard copies. We can make those available to residents. It is available online as well. If you don't like that and you want to be able to work off a disc, we can also provide you a disc too. So if you just let us know, we can get you a disc to be able to review and make comments on the entire budget. But what's included in the proposal, there's an executive summary that outlines the proposal. There's the 2011 budget documents and narratives, which help give a little bit of detail to what's behind and what goes into the particular line items. The 2011 through 2015 capital budget, the Township Manager's recommended Board of Commissioners action items, the CB-FAC recommendations, and a status report as to how we are proceeding with that. We also decided to put the Township's audit findings out there so that the residents are aware of what the citations that have been issued or the management letters by the auditors have been and the status of looking to correct those or address those particular items. So now you'll be able to follow along too as well to see where we stand with those, as well as the Board of Commissioners goal setting report too, so to be able to see how that all fits itself together. The 2011 proposed budget report proposes an increase in the property tax in the following percents: 4% for the township, 4% for the fire companies, and 9% towards the library. This is a 17% increase, but also to be aware that is a 17% based on the 13% that you pay for your real estate property tax. Because I know in the last hours of the day here, several emails and calls came in regards to their concern regarding their entire tax bill going up by 17%, which really it's not, because as you're aware, and Bill will get into this, the breakdown of where those property taxes go. Not that that tries to make it any better, but also I think it tries to align it into perspective, because I know there are some concerns in regards to us building school buildings, making improvements to the schools, which we are two separate taxing entities. The school district is separate than Radnor Township, so we're two separate taxing entities. There is no commingling of those funds as well. This proposed tax increase would have a 2-year duration. So this is only a 2-year tax increase that has a sunset December 31st of 2012. During this particular time period, several of the organizations which were spoken about earlier, the opportunity to go to the voters and actually have the voters put in place permanent funding areas for these particular organizations, which again, they would have that continuous stream of revenues for them, but also would take the per se decision of general fund trying to balance that off of the back of maybe some of these other organizations. Since arriving here in May, probably the biggest surprise that I've had is the amount of money that we do give away to different organizations, which in 2010, the number that total will be approximately $1 million that is given out to different areas in the community that we do not have a specific statutory charge for or is not in our purview of providing these services. But I don't want to say that we discount these services at all or these programs, because they provide a great service and a great resource to this community. The budget maintains its current level of services that the residents have become to rely upon. Through negotiations recently with our Radnor Association of Township Employees, in which they had bargained for and are planned on receiving a 3.5% increase next year. They have tentatively agreed to forego that 3.5% pay increase, as well as contributing towards health care costs. However, and unfortunately, it also involves the layoff of 3 individuals beginning in January of 2011. The also proposed budget proposes closing the Willows Mansion in 2011 and shuttering the facility until a financially feasible business plan is put into place for not only its continued operations, but also the long-term commitment of dollars in the maintenance and operation of that facility. Also in the document too, which I've included in there, is the manager's recommendations for action by the board, which I know looking through this is a pretty aggressive approach. Some of the items that we are looking at is implement a capital equipment funding policy, which again determines the long-term debt obligations and how we spend those dollars, and also trying to put a cash policy in place so that when we are paying for certain items of the short-term duration, such as police cars, we are paying cash for those items that have a duration of possibly 4 or 5 years, and not spreading out that debt over 30 years where most of those cars are long gone, to put some of those policies in place. Implement a formal township purchasing manual, which is currently absent here, but also helps us to align with some of the requirements of the charter too, and the way in which we purchase items, which now has a $3,000 limit for those particular purchases. Implement an employee policy manual and handbook, which has been currently being worked on. Implement a balanced budget policy and multiple year forecasts. Implement a debt policy for the township, which sets limits, guidelines, and purpose, which again, that's something that not only can the Board of Commissioners, the staff, but also the residents could follow along and see what those debt policies are of how we issue debt. To evaluate the Radnor Township School District grounds maintenance agreement, to include the analysis of the benefits of services, as well as to provide an independent audit component with this new agreement, which clearly defines the financial formula for calculating and auditing the agreement, as well as determining if this agreement to the township, should the township even be involved with this. We will be looking to evaluate and implement a new administrative management structure for the township, including a revised organization chart and detailed job responsibilities. Initiate a charter review commission to review the township's current charter, not reviewed or updated since 1976, composed of residents not holding any municipal office or appointment. The results of their work would be submitted to the electors, and any such proposed agreements, revision, or amendments to the charter would be submitted to the electorate at the next general election in November of 2011. We look at a stormwater utility to address the serious flooding issues in the township, as well as establishing a formal stormwater management policy and plan for the entire township. And we should look at this as a priority of how we are going to address a lot of the flooding issues that currently exist in the township, and trying to bring some resolution not only on a short-term, a mid-term, but on a long-term basis. Review and revise all lease agreements between Radnor Township and all groups and organizations as it pertains to the use, rental, and leasing of township-owned property. Implement a one-year moratorium for the purchase and acquisition of all real property within the township until policy can be put in place by the Board of Commissioners, actually evaluating the purpose and need of such acquisition and the financial impact to the township's budget and residents for the long term. We're proposing an implementation of a hiring freeze for the first quarter of 2011, again, to allow the opportunity to determine the appropriate staffing levels for all departments within the township. Establish a policy of how township tax dollars are distributed to various organizations, which would include requiring a balanced budget before any funds could be distributed to these organizations. The policy should also provide for equal representation on any governing board of said group or organization in which the contribution is made by Radnor Township, and establishing on a formula basis. So this way, if we provide 60 or 70% of that operation of that organization, the township should have representation of 60% on that particular board to ensure that as those tax dollars are spent, they're spent in the appropriate way. Evaluate and establish a policy for waiving fees for various groups and organizations, also requiring a balanced budget before any of the fees could be waived. Evaluate the need of maintaining the current township building that we currently sit in here in its current capacity, as well as all township-owned buildings, so as to provide for the most efficient and cost-effective use of these buildings and the associated property. Identify potential parcels for township-owned land as recommended by the CB-FAC, which may be offered for sale. This would also include a complete inventory of all the Radnor Township property and the legal implications of such sale of property. And implement a formal policy which would allow the township to pursue advertising and sponsorship revenues that would enhance the township not only financially but also in the establishment of new programs, facilities and improve services to our residents and businesses. Also a recommendation of CBFAC. Review the distribution of cable franchise fees relative to Radnor Township School District, and providing the continued support for the public access channel in Radnor Studio 21. Review, amend, and eliminate sections of the Radnor Township's administrative code as it pertains to the authority of the township manager relative to salaries, compensation, bonuses, vacation time, compensatory time, rollover time, benefits, classifications of employees, merit pay, sick leave, leave of absence, appointments, promotions, and other related items. These sections, I believe, should be modified or eliminated so as to move the authority back under the purview and approval of the Board of Commissioners. Establish a policy that details the level of maintenance in all open space areas. Establish a good working relationships with the various schools, colleges, universities, and institutions throughout the township, which would allow for open dialogue, communication, accessibility, and openness, not only with the local government, but with the residents and businesses of the community. This would also allow for dialogue relative to the services provided to these institutions and the discrepancy in support to the township for said services. Establish an aggressive economic development and marketing program, taking full advantage of the current economic conditions to attract and retain businesses, as well as continue to promote Radnor Township as the best community on the main line in the Philadelphia region and continue to be a great place to live, work, and raise a family. Establish a final right-to-know public records policy that clearly defines and expands the access to the public records within the township. Establish joint meetings between the Board of Commissioners and other local boards and commissions, which would include the Radnor Township Board of Education, our neighboring communities, the fire companies, the library board, to discuss issues facing each entity and explore opportunities in which these items may be approached jointly. Evaluate wireless antenna income opportunities within the township. Adopt a final conflict of interest policy for all boards, commissions, and staff of the township, and evaluate all of the township's pensions plans and their long-term stability and future funding obligations. Radnor Township is truly a exceptional community here. Through a lot of hard work and dedication with everyone, I know that we will continue to be that community in which we all believe that it is. It's in these extraordinary economic times that we need to determine a long-term strategy and plan which clearly addresses the long-term sustainability of the township. The local government, the residents, community groups and organizations, the Radnor Township School District, the colleges and universities, and the business community, who will need to come together in 2011 and have an open and honest conversation of what we want our township to be in years to come. The administration fully accepts the challenge that we look forward to working with everyone in 2011. And Bill, I will turn the details over to you.
Thank you, Bob. No, go ahead. I'll wait. While I appreciate the thanks, I'd be remiss if I didn't make it clear too that there were a lot of people that worked a lot of hours on putting this together. Bill Martin has been extremely helpful in understanding the historical perspective and a lot of the agreements and arrangements that are currently in place, which go into understanding what the revenue estimates need to look like. And then on top of his assistants, Allison's and the rest of the finance department staff are absolutely terrific in trying to put together the different pieces that build this up. So there's a lot of people who've worked very hard on getting us to where we're at and moving us forward. What I intend on discussing tonight is the budget timeline, kind of giving a brief history on how we got here and what the implementation steps will look like moving forward to make sure that we're complying with the charter and the advertising requirements of the ordinances that need to be passed. A quick look at revenues, specific to two rather large ones that have their performance has kind of helped put us in the position that we're in addition to all the other things that we're a little bit more familiar with on the expense side of the budget. Discuss in a little bit more detail the funding solution proposal, and then conclude by taking a look at what the cash balance estimates look like for 2011 as they exist in the proposed budget. So the budget is, we started this process back in late August, where department heads got together and we had a kickoff meeting, talked generally about what it was going to be expected of them throughout the budget process, when things were due, and to a department. They've all been exceptional in meeting those deadlines and requirements and things that were asked of them, which has helped move this entire process along a lot smoother than had they not been so cooperative. So that's a compliment to them. The board conducted the goal-setting session back at the beginning of September, and then throughout September, various dates is when the departmental capital, operating expense, and revenue projections were due from each of those departments that are built into this budget now. The payroll and related costs have been a construction in progress part of the budget that has a lot of different moving pieces, a lot of different agreements that are being reviewed. Tentative agreements exist in some areas. There are still other things that are being looked at. So the payroll and related expenses that are in this budget are where we stand today with those different agreements. And at that point, the preliminary budget was created, and as we talked about at the last meeting, merely as a compliance to the requirement in the charter that says that we need a preliminary budget. Again, that was not intended to be any kind of baseline or starting point for this budget. It was just more or less a mathematical calculation to satisfy the charter. Since then, the 2010 budget activity was updated. That was a 2-week process at the beginning of November, which was the results of that was the resolution that the board passed earlier this evening, amending the budget based on what the actuals look like, and then finally was the completing of the township manager recommendation budget that was done and submitted or published on Friday. The implementation timeframe moving forward is to talk about the executive summary tonight, which is meant to be the high-level overview. Then we respectfully request a special board meeting a week from tonight, which would otherwise been an off night, to allow department presentations from each of the department, give the board a presentation of what it is their department does and what's included in the 11 budget from each of them. In addition to that agenda would be, if the board's agreeable, would be a discussion about the CB-FAC report. And then ultimately that night would be the introduction of an ordinance that would establish what the millage rates and sewer rates would be for 2011. The importance of the introduction of that ordinance on Monday the 29th would then allow for the necessary advertising time frame for an ordinance. The advertisement would go in on Wednesday, December 1st. 10 days after that would allow then the budget to be adopted on December 13th at the last regular board meeting of the year. So that's the importance with the time frame of next Monday night. The special board meeting on December 4th is intended to be...
Can I just ask you to back up?
Sure.
But whatever rate you propose on the 29th is not necessarily something we're committed to, correct?
Well, it'd be the intention of vetting out those differences and coming to rates in millage and sewer rates that the board feels comfortable with, that you would want to introduce an ordinance establishing what those would be. So it's going to be whatever the board decides you want to move forward.
At the end of that night?
Yes.
Okay.
The meeting on December 4th is intended to be a kind of a run-over meeting. If there are more detailed information that the board would like to see.
Excuse me, when's the public hearing? Isn't that the public hearing? When's the public hearing?
The public hearing would have to be the 13th. Yeah, December 13th.
Yeah, what the procedure is, the preliminary budget was advertised for tonight. That had to be advertised also. So you've done that. And you're going to have a discussion on that, and assumedly you'll come to some conclusion on this. On the 29th, though, you've got to introduce an ordinance that establishes the tax levy and basically adopts the budget. You need to have a budget ready to be introduced with that ordinance on November 29th, because then it has to go in the newspaper on December 1st in order to be adopted on the 13th of December. So that's your final budget. That's your ordinance, final budget adoption.
But what's not reflected here is there is a meeting, I think, on December 6th. It's not a dedicated budget meeting, but we have a standard routine commissioners meeting on December 6th.
But there's a 10-day gap, Kevin, under your charter. When you have an ordinance, it's The advertisement can't be any less than 10 days before the date and no more than 30. So that's why.
Yeah. No, I understand all those dates. I'm just wondering when I mean, rather than have the public hearing on the 13th when you have to approve it, I mean, shouldn't it be on the 6th or 4th or?
That's up to you, but this tonight was advertised for a public hearing on the preliminary budget, which was advertised. That's the way your charter
So this is
sets
the
up.
public hearing on the budget?
Correct.
On the preliminary budget.
On the preliminary.
I think the public's certainly invited to participate and attend the meetings that are set forth on this as well.
Does the charter require a public hearing?
7.07B. No later than 10 days following the adoption of the preliminary budget, the board shall provide public notice of the date, time, and place of the proposed budget and capital program, which we did. We did that after the preliminary was adopted. So that's tonight. I placed an ad in the newspaper for a public hearing on the preliminary budget. After that, you then have to introduce an ordinance, and that'll be advertised, and that's going to be a hearing that night too on that ordinance.
Where is the meeting on the 29th going to be? There's an event here from 7 to 9.
We were going to move that meeting to the police conference room.
That,
Everything stays here? Correct. Okay. So
the organizers of that meeting yet? That? I mean, a postcard went out to all township residents today about that meeting.
It will be held in the township building. I mean, the postcards, it is the location for that meeting. But I think the priority, in my opinion, is the township budget.
What's the meeting?
Do this meeting from 5 to 7?
We'll never get through it at that time, and I'm not able to get here at 5 o'clock.
I think it's a pretty simple matter, simply to put up a sign in the lobby saying, if you're here for that other meeting, go downstairs. I mean, it's.
That's correct.
All right, my question, the special board meeting on November 29th and a special meeting on the 4th and the meeting on 6th, can we don't have to advertise, but we could with special board, but the public will be able to comment at all those meetings.
Yes.
So we have 3 opportunities for a public hearing on the budget on the 29th, the 4th, and the 6th. And then you're going to have a formal one on the 13th. Okay? All right.
But the budget in form to be advertised has to be decided on the 29th.
No, I understand that, but just so.
And the millage rate.
I just want to make sure we have, that the public will be able, public comment will be at all 4 of those meetings.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's all right. In looking at the numbers, I think it's interesting to point out, as a matter of, really as a matter of fact, that one significant contributing factor to the amount of resources the townships had recently to operate with was our reliance on 2 revenues that have dropped by $3.7 million. That's the local enabling taxes and the building permit revenues. The reason why I put this in here is because I thought it was compelling enough to make sure that the public understands that this is not something that's all on the expense side of the equation, which seems to get most of the discussion, is the expenses and things that the township's spending the money on. But this is real money that at one point was coming in, and based on economic factors, growth factors of the township, these revenues have fallen back considerably from their peak in 2007 and 8, really. So more as a public education point, is making sure that everyone is aware that there is a revenue side of this too, and these 2 have contributed significantly to where we're at now financially. The fact that roughly $3.7 million in revenues not coming in, that at one point was.
And what's the $2 million drop in local enabling taxes between this year and next year?
This year and next year,
Yeah, well, you have it at 10 million for 210, then it's down at 8.5 or 4, or?
that reflects the fact that the revenue, the spike up this year has to do with a lot with audit settlements. And it being that there's not a whole lot in the pipeline in that regard going into next year, it's hard to sit here and predict with any confidence that that'll happen again. So it's pulling that revenue back down to where the regular activity appears like it'll be at. The general fund deficit discussion, as Mr. Zinkowski had pointed out in his summary, is taking a multi-step approach to try to address the deficit, including expenditure reductions and fee restructuring. As Bob pointed out, there are departmental spending pullbacks where possible that can be identified as you go through each department of the 2011 proposed budget. There are a number of positions currently that are vacant through attrition or retirements or those types of means that have gone unfilled, which has led to a lot of the expenditure savings that we're realizing right now in some of the departments. There, for next year, is a proposed wage freeze, which was the FOP and the non-union folks was already established, but with the recent tentative agreement from rate, that will apply then to all of the groups of employees. Proposed increased medical contributions for the rate and non-union employees, as well as the layoffs that Bob had pointed out. Fee restructuring deals in looking at our fees to make sure that we're charging the appropriate amount to cover our costs for services that are being provided, as well as other minor fee adjustments to keep pace with the cost of providing service. So those types of estimates are built into the revenues for next year. Some more revenue adjustments dealing with specifically the library and the fire funding by segregating specific millage that is dedicated for those two entities. As Bob had pointed out, I do want to stress, because it may not have been exactly clear for anyone who may just now be getting into this, the budgeting or following what the township's done through the history, but this is not new contributions from the township. These are arrangements and expenditures that the township has done annually for a very long period of time. The difference moving forward into next year is creating the segregated millage to generate the funding for those contributions. So I don't want anyone to think that because the millage in the document said new, that this was a new arrangement. The township has been contributing to fire companies for a long period of time. The township has also been contributing to the library for a long period of time. So, and then finally, the last piece would be the millage increase to support the township operations as well. Going into a little bit more detail in that regard is making sure, based on comments we've heard just today, and actually over the 3 months that 3 or 4 months now, time's flying, since I've been here, is the general misunderstanding that the school district is the same as the township, which is easy to understand because it's the Radnor Township School District, and we're Radnor Township, so it's not too surprising to think that people might misunderstand those two, but being that we are just the township, we're the blue piece of this pie, which is only the 13% that, the remainder of the tax bills that go out in Radnor Township are funding those other entities which are completely separate from us. So that any kind of increase that is proposed from the township only affects that 13% piece of the pie. And say it again just to make sure everyone understands that, because there was some confusion based on feedback we got today, is there was an understanding that the increase proposed applies to the entire tax bill, which we do not have control over, as this pie chart shows, 87% of that tax bill. We're only talking about the 13% portion. And this pie reflects the proposed millage. I also want to make that clear too. So if the board decides a different amount, this will be updated to reflect that. So what is being proposed is the different millage increases, which starting at 3.3411 mils, which is where the township's at now. And as noted here, the library and fire contributions are included in the township, our current millage that we charge for. Segregating those out, and then also the increase in the township portion and what the revenue generation looks like for each of those.
Now, Bob, the library, that's our regular contribution we give every year. Fire company, we've never given them a contribution. We pay for equipment. So is this an average over 6 or 7 years? Because some years we don't pay anything, and other years we pay $800,000.
Well, it's a the township does give some regular contributions to not only the Radnor Fire Company, but the Bryn Mawr Fire Company as well, and there's another one that's escaping. Yeah, Rumall.
So this 450, that's the amount we give to all three of them, and it's not based on capital?
And there's a blended capital amount built into that, so that it's not 200,000 one year, and then 800,000 the next, and then 400,000 the next, and then it's more of an averaged amount, so the number doesn't jump all over the place from year to year. So that's how that number was established.
Has this been discussed with the fire companies based on what we've done in the past as far as our contribution and our capital expenditures?
It has.
And the contributions are not going down. And I think also built into this is the ALS agreement too as well.
So yes, mathematically, the total of all three is 17%, but that the millage is 0.569 in additional mills. And looking at that and breaking it out based on the way that the tax bills are structured right now, on the average residential assessed valuation of $313,000, which is the 2010 average of assessed valuations for the residential properties. The total increase is estimated to be somewhere around $178. And then the table below breaks that amount into each of the individual units, or the individual segregations, if you will, the township portion, the library portion, and the fire portion. So basically, that 178 broken out by those three different entities is roughly 47 for the township and the fire portion, and then 85 roughly for the library. And again, the reason why this is included in here is to make sure that people understand that the increase is not 17% of the total tax bill, that the schools in the county are their own separate entities and are not part of this. So for this particular average, the increase to the tax bill is closer to 1.94%. Briefly on the sewer fund, because in going back and rereading the proposal, it wasn't specific as to what was being proposed in there, but we are proposing a fee of $5.71, which is a 16-cent increase, which equates to roughly 2.96%. And the primary reason for that is to make sure that we're charging enough in the rent to start doing some of the major projects that are on the table, which are, those projects are identified in the 5-year capital plan under the sanitary sewer section. So the increase that's built into that rate is to fund those projects. And that all the other activity associated with the sewer is consistent with prior years. Finally, as proposed, the budget will, there's still a deficit of roughly $400,000 in the general fund as proposed. The reason why that full amount of the deficit wasn't addressed was because, first of all, to try to limit the amount of the increase necessary, or the increase in the real estate tax. But since we are satisfying our cash reserve balance policy of 12%, it was determined that to limit the amount of real estate tax increases and keep the deficit. So in essence, what we'd be doing is spending roughly, if everything happens exactly as proposed, spending $400,000 of our cash reserve next year in the general fund, but we'd still be in compliance with our own cash balance policy, which would still, the township would still be looked favorably by Moody's and those types of entities, because we established a range for our cash balances, and in essence, being that we've received some one-time revenue, not balancing the budget and using some of that one-time revenue to make sure we're within the range for the cash balance. So that's the primary reason for the deficit that still exists in the general fund.
Is there a goal to reduce that deficit as the year goes by?
Well, I think as part of the manager's recommended items for the board, the 5-year forecast, and addressing that deficit moving forward, and trying to balance the budget, because obviously the one-time revenues are one time, and it's not something we can count on. But making sure that in future years, out past 11, that we can have confidence knowing that those years will be balanced. And that could be from economic recovery. We could see the business taxes start picking back up in those future years. That would certainly be the most beneficial way to balance it. But for future years past 11, that would be.
Well, I noticed in the manager's comments there were a number of times he said, if we have a balanced budget. I thought we always had a balanced budget, but we're not going to have a balanced budget. We're going to be, you're calling because we're taking $400,000 out of our operating, that we won't have a balanced budget. So when you mention about have a balanced budget, you're saying that you don't want us to do any of those things till we eliminate that $400,000. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
The major spend down in the capital improvement fund deals specifically with the fact that most of the cash that's in that fund are bond proceeds, that the capital items that are identified in the capital plan are projects that align with the maturities of those bonds. So it's more in terms of road improvements, signalization, and infrastructure improvements, excuse me. So that's the spend. That's what you'll see in the spend down there. The non-infrastructure items that are identified in the capital budget deal with mostly, the biggest portion of it is improvements to the community development software that were scheduled for this year that did not occur this year, so they're being reappropriated in next year's budget. And those are actually going to be funded through transfers from the general fund that the board had established previously, that the general fund would transfer $200,000 per year with $25,000 increases over the course of, I forget the terms, but this year and next. So those will be funded. The non-infrastructure projects are being funded with current dollars, not with the bond money. The Parks and Open Space continues to be a fund. Basically, it's a clearing account to pay for the debt that's been issued to acquire the Parks and Open Space, and it's being funded entirely through the 25% of the real estate transfers. So we're putting 25% of those revenues in the Parks and Open Space Fund, and 100% of those dollars are then going to pay down the debt. And then the debt service is similar as a clearing account, where the money is being transferred into that fund to satisfy the township's obligations. And then the Willows Fund is a separate special or enterprise fund that has its own revenue generating capabilities, although with the recommendation from the manager to reevaluate that, that'll be part of, those numbers might change based on what the board ultimately decides with that. So that's the high level review of the 11 budget as it exists now. And we'll have that continued discussion next Monday night about, hearing the departmental reports. I think will be beneficial, so everyone has a clear understanding of what each department does. The narratives help provide guidance, but there'll be specific items built into the presentation next week from the department heads that'll be beneficial as well. So I appreciate the opportunity, and looking to answer any questions that we want to answer tonight.
Are there Bob, are there going to be any choices to reduce expenditures in the next couple of meetings, or?
We could look at, and we've gone through this looking at the potential of eliminating trash collection completely from the township and basically sending it to our neighbor next door, Tradifferent, where it's individually contracted, which again, I think the residents would see at least a $400 charge to them for the removal of trash services. And we felt that that would be a significant increase compared to what we were looking at here. We looked at, again, the outsourcing of trash hauling to a private contractor. But again, if we did do that, there would be a reduction in services as well because of the amount of staff that would be let go, which means there would be a dramatic impact upon snow removal, which snow removal would be dramatically impacted, as well as for certainty that the leaf collection would be eliminated completely as well, which again, that would be pushed back upon the homeowner, and based on some of the costs that we've seen for residents to remove the leaf collection would be significant increase as well. So we have looked at, again, layoffs, which part of this includes 3 layoffs here. So we've pretty much gone through this trying to maintain a level of service that the residents have expected and they deserve, with trying to minimize the impact of any type of increase. It is nothing that we are very happy of or pleased with whatsoever to be able to propose this to the Board of Commissioners, but it's one to be able to sustain and maintain these level of services. But the Board of Commissioners, though, changes that were made last year to reduce staff and make those types of changes have made an impact. To go back to what Commissioner Schaefer spoke about, the bottom line this year looking better because of those actions that the Board of Commissioners have taken in the past. But this is a long-term issue that the township is going to have to address in the regards of infrastructure, from what's underground that we don't see to how we manage moving forward. So we have looked at a lot of these, but if we look to make further cuts, which we can if the board directs us to, we will see a dramatic reduction in services. So that's something that we could prepare information for Monday for, so that you'd be able to see what those loss of programs would be. And I think for leaf collection, knowing the situation and riding throughout the township here and seeing the massive amount of leaves that are there, to basically do away with that service, they will end up somewhere. I'm sure they're not going to end up in bags. I'm sure they're not going to end up where they are supposed to be. And we have a flooding issue that exists now, not only in Commissioner Spengler, your area, Commissioner Curley, Commissioner Mahoney, that this will have a greater impact again. So we will see dollars spent in a different direction. So we've gone through this with all the departments, looking to see where we can cut. If the board so sees that we need to cut further, then again we would have to reduce services here in the community.
And the police budget is down by attrition. How's it compare next year? What do you see as increases next year from this year?
We're looking at maintaining the status of where we are with the police department. We hope to have a superintendent on board sometime next year. There used to be, I believe, three additional lieutenants to the current lieutenant. So we have looked to reduce that down as well. But that's something that what we want to look at as part of that first quarter of the year with the proposed freeze on hiring, that we look at what are the appropriate staffing levels in all the particular areas, and especially in the police department, of what level of service do we want to be able to provide our residents.
So things like the $230,000 we used to contribute out of the open space fund to help maintain the parks, that's not happening this year?
No, it's not. All those funds are going to pay down debt.
And that's because there's no more money in the open space fund?
There's no additional revenues.
Yeah.
There's still cash in the fund.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Well, I have some comments I want to make. First of all, thank you. I know the tremendous amount of work that went into this. I saw the late nights that you worked, and to the whole staff, this is really, I was thrilled when I received this document. It has a lot of detail. It's easy to understand. And, this is what I've been hoping to see, and I was really glad to see it. So thank you for all the hard work that you all put into it. there are some things in this budget I'm thrilled about. I'm thrilled that we are restoring our fund balance. I think that is so important. I've said that before. I'm thrilled to see that's in here. I'm thrilled to see some aggressive increases in revenue, new revenue sources. Great. I'm thrilled to see that next year's estimates of some of our business taxes and enabling taxes is pretty conservative. I think that's very smart. I am thrilled to see that there is significant decrease in spending in almost every department, in spite of the fact that last year we had significant decreases in spending in those departments. So, we continue to cut even though we've been cutting. And I'm also thrilled that it looks like, tentatively, we are going to be able to maintain our level of service with with having in-house trash, having our great snow plowing fellows, and the leaf collection. And that is largely because our staff has agreed to make sacrifices and concessions, and I'm thrilled to see that. I know and I'm sure all of the other commissioners got scores of phone calls and emails about doing whatever we have to do to maintain that service, because that makes a difference in Radnor. And I'm very grateful to our staff that we were able to come to an agreement and keep that service. So there are a couple things I don't like about this budget. The first one is the 17% tax increase. I feel that we need to continue to look at that. I think it's too high, and I do think there are things we can continue to look at and discuss taking down a little farther. I also am not thrilled about the decimation of our open space fund. It is not a clearinghouse for debt payments. It's not what it was set up to be. It is funding for a program that this township has invested in for decades. Now, I'm not bringing this up to pound my fist and say I object. This is a period of sacrifice, and it's shared sacrifice. Our staff is sacrificing, and I see the need to use that money to the extent we can for other uses. However, I don't want this to be our habit going forward. The open space program, we have not made a decision at this board level or in our community that we want to walk away from our open space program. To the contrary, the vast majority of people feel that that is a very important part of our community. So going forward, I'd like to see us continue to keep funds in there for purchases as they come up. It's basically been empty. After this budget, there'll be $200,000 left in that. And over the last few years, over $2 million over the last 3 years, over $2 million has been shifted over to debt payment. And I have not done the math. I have not looked at the payments from the 1996 bond issue and from the 2002 bond, but I think that number far exceeds what those particular open space bonds are being charged. So I don't, but I haven't done that math.
Yeah, I think the money that is paid out of the open space fund is just for open space bond issues.
It's an awful lot of money. $800,000 one year, $600,000 the next, $735,000 this year. Maybe on just those two bonds, the payments are that high. Maybe they're not. Anyway, my point being, I understand and see the need for sacrifice, and I am going to support moving that money over for debt payments this year. I want us to get back on solid financial footing, and this is what we need to do. Going forward, we cannot look at that account as a clearinghouse for debt payments. That is an account where we are trying to hoard money for important purchases when they come up. Trail extensions, important natural resources, they will come up over the next 5-10 years, and we need to be in a position where we can seize the opportunities. So, I mean, those are basically my comments. I really would like to see us shave down our expenses. I would like to, 17% is too high. I don't see how we can go. I don't feel that we have reached the point where we have shaved off every expense we can. As I said, I kind of view this as a year of shared sacrifices. Our staff has sacrificed. We've sacrificed our entire open space fund. There are parts of this budget where we haven't sacrificed. Our contributions have not been shaved at all to outside organizations. And I don't know. We should have that discussion. Are they exempt? Every department in this government, everything we fund, some of our most important programs, slashed. We need to talk about sharing that sacrifice across the board. And then I do have just one kind of accounting question. On page 7 of the report, it's kind of the overview of activity. It gives an ending fund balance for 2011 of $3.5 million. And then it looks like 12%, which is our target level, is actually less than that. It's 3.17. Am I reading that right? Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so, and that the 3.5 is actually exceeds the 12%. It's 13.5, it looks like.
Yeah, it's within the 12 to 15%
12 to 15,
range.
it's in the range.
That's established.
But the minimum that we have required ourselves to set aside is 12.
Yes.
So that leaves 400, that if we shaved that from our budget, we'd still be in the 12% range.
But that's covering the $400,000 deficit. That's why that's there.
No, that's...
What's that?
Well, the deficit...
We're going to have to pull $400,000 out of the fund, and that would bring it down to 12%.
No.
be an
That the
$800,000
400,000, that's the decrease in the
this is after
fund
that.
balance from last year. Our fund balance is $400,000 over what we have required ourselves, the minimum of what we have required ourselves to set aside. And my point is, if I'm reading that correctly and understanding that correctly, I mean, I don't think this is the year for us to go above and beyond what we have required for ourselves statutorily. I don't want to go and tax our residents an extra $400,000 so that we can be a little comfortable, so we can be at 13.5% instead of 12% when it's meeting a 17% tax increase. So I would like to look at that first and foremost as something that we can shave off this budget and bring the tax rate down right away.
I agree with Elaine on that. I certainly want to restore the fund balance. I think it's really crucial to do that. But in a year that we're contemplating raising taxes 17%, if we could meet the minimum requirement of the fund balance policy, it would help us reduce this tax increase maybe 3 or 4% less than 17%. So maybe we're looking at 13%. I just want to put things in perspective. I really appreciate, first of all, I want to thank all the staff that worked on this. I know I spent about 10 hours reading, not every word. So it probably took thousands of hours combined. So I really appreciate that. And the quality is very, very good. So just quickly cut to the chase. It's really important, and I appreciate that staff pointed out that, a 17% tax increase is not a 17% tax increase on your total tax bill. It's a 17% tax increase on your township portion of the bill. That is equivalent to a 2.8% tax increase on your school tax. I backed it out. That's exactly what it is, 2.8%. I believe the school district raised their taxes about 2.9% this year. So we would actually be asking for an increase that's less than the school district. I don't want a 17% tax increase. I'll do everything I can for the next 4 or 5 meetings to get that number down as far as we can get it. If we can get to 0, we'll get there. At the same time, I'm not willing to sacrifice many of the services that we really do need. On that note, I did look at, I tried to look at this budget a little bit differently. A lot of the revenue streams are listed based on account numbers. And what gets lost in that translation is that you have revenues that are coming in from and as a result of certain activities. So, for instance, you have revenues that come in from for the police department. It's a combination of fines, a combination of parking meters, and various things like that. But it's kind of spread out through the revenue list. It's intermixed with things like revenues from Parks and Rec. So what I do is I reorganized the budget so it made more sense in terms of where does the revenue come in and how much do we raise and then how much do we spend. And that's done in the departmental wise, but sometimes there's crossover between activities. For instance, under Parks and Rec, you may have the revenues and the expenses that are a direct result of Parks and Rec activities, but then you have budgetary expenses related to the upkeep of those properties that may be in public works. So there's crossover, and it's very hard to tie that together. But I tried to do this in such a way that I could look at the revenues, and I don't mean to pick on Parks and Rec in any way. I think that's a very important service, and it's valuable to me. But what I did was I looked at the total revenue stream from Parks and Rec, which based on my numbers, if you look at recreation fees of $520,000 and the Sulpizio gym fees of $70,000, you're looking at about $590,000 in fees, and yet the expenditures for that department are around $2.2 million if you include the public works part, that maintenance. So we have a major gap of about $1.6 million in the difference between the fees we charge and the services they get. So what I would like to see is that we do everything we can to align the usury fees for activities in our parks programs, whether that's our summer camps, our individual programs that we run on a daily and weekly basis. You know, basically, that entire catalog of things that we offer, we currently offer, I consider it at a subsidized rate. We basically subsidize it because if you look at the true administrative cost of running these programs, it's far greater than what we charge. I like the programs. I think it's great that we can do it, but in a down year like this, maybe the way to recover some of the lost revenue is to charge a little bit more for those programs. I don't want to kill the programs by charging too much, but I think it's important that we charge at least enough to cover the true cost. Maybe we can't even get to that number because it's a huge gap. It's about $1.6 million gap. So I don't know how we'd have to quadruple the fees for everything, and even then we may not get there. So that's my comment on that. And I'm sure the same is true for other departments, but I can't be sure. That was one that was just a glaring mismatch between the revenues and expenses. So I don't really have any other comments other than we just talked about, if we end up passing the ordinance, the revision of the inspection ordinance, and we implement the fees, we certainly need to add in the cost of the inspections. So that'll get done. That's just a simple type entry. But we want to also
That's actually not right. It actually adversely affects us because the revenues are in here.
I know that.
So.
Yeah, no, it's important it gets in there. But more importantly, if we go that route, we're looking at between $300,000 and $700,000 in revenue. And of course, we're not voting on the fee schedule yet, but that fee schedule is going to be at some part, we're going to vote on the fee schedule. And I want to make sure that even though we talked about a hiring freeze, if we can do things that are budget neutral, meaning if we do increase the fees, then we certainly shouldn't put a hiring freeze on that particular position. So if we need to hire inspectors or hire an outside firm to do that, we want to make sure that we adequately resource that and adequately allow for that in the budget. Because I'd be glad to collect the money, but we need to spend the money too on that area. So just want to make sure that gets taken care of. But otherwise, this budget is tremendous. Bob, I want to thank you, and Bill, all of you. And Bill Martin, I want to thank you for finding about $1.3 million in lost money. This is a huge thing. This is a lot of money that we didn't have otherwise. We were going to run out of money I've said it 4 or 5 times this year that we were going to run out of money in the first quarter. We're not going to run out of money now because of the efforts of staff, and in particular Bill Martin, so I want to thank you again for that. I'm not sure if we are going to have a cash flow issue. That may be a different question, but I appreciate that. So I don't have any further comments at this point, but again, thank you for all the hard work on this. It's tremendous. But if we can just maybe over the next couple meetings think in terms of trying to get those fees to better match the services, the value proposition. If my kid's playing in softball, right now I think they're paying $10 a year in a fee. That probably comes out to about 20 cents a game. Well, it costs a lot more money than 20 cents a game per person to cut that field, maintain that field. And we have to think about that. So, but I don't want to, I don't want to be the bad guy and attack just Parks and Rec. I think across the board, look at all the fees and make sure we get them to match better. Thank you.
Well, I don't think, again, in my opinion, I suspect I can speak for everybody, but they can chime in. I don't think there's going to be much of an appetite on this board for a 17% tax increase, even though recognizing that element. I think you need to take a look. I think you need to come back to us next Monday with options. And Bill, I sent you an email. Bob, I sent you an email. I mean, I not to say that we will implement all those options, but I asked for a set of expense reductions all the way down to a 0% tax increase. And I recognize we may be cutting into muscle and maybe things that have to go, but we ought to look at all of our options. I look at this, I see us investing over $1 million in the library between an $800,000 contribution and $250,000 in capital. That's a discussion we ought to have. I see $50,000 in shade trees that get planted, but we get a $10,000 contribution from Chanticleer, which is great. But again, that's a discussion that has to happen. So I think we really need to take a look at this. And I know we talked earlier about the outsourcing versus retaining. We really need to see that analysis because I just can't envision this at a 70% increase. And I see, $3 million in capital programs. Again, maybe we have to defer some of these things. But I think we need to take a hard look at this, and I think you need to come back with us with a set of options to, all the way down. Again, I don't think, based on everything I'm seeing, given the employee costs, given the increase in benefits, that it's something that we'll implement. But I really want to know what our options are.
Yeah, looking this document over, and again, it's a tremendous piece of work. But since we only got it on Friday, obviously we need more time to digest it. The thing that jumped out at me on the expenditure side was the community organizations support, which you alluded to, Bob. And I think that in this year of shared pain, we should look very hard at those organizations and essentially say to them, we have pain and unfortunately you're going to have some as well. But it's a matter of everybody giving up something. We're asking the taxpayers to support the services that they want, so there's going to be some problems there. And I think these organizations have to come to the table as well. And I think we ought to open up a dialogue with them immediately to say, what can you cut out of your own budgets to help us out? And I think that's part of the puzzle. And it did note that was the metaphor that was up on the screen, which was a puzzle, and that's exactly what this is. We got to figure out how to make the pieces fit. And I think the community organization support, which is budgeted at $1.129 million, I think that has to be looked at very hard. That's what I want to see next time.
I would just like, it's been my understanding that the real estate transfer tax, that debt service is just for open space. So I'd like to have that cleared up, that we're not paying. It was always my understanding that we incorporated all the open space bond issues together, and that was the amount that we took out each year.
Yeah, in the interest of being perfectly honest, that's been kind of a project that the CB-FAC actually requested during the summer that we're still trying to put pieces together on because it's just very difficult to find the correct information to put all that together. We continue to work on it, so right now the information that's in the budget about debt allocations for next year is based on what had been prepared before. But we're having trouble putting that together.
Well, I've seen sheets over the years which had 3 or 4 or 5 different bond issues or expenditures open space, and and I saw it based on that, 10 years ago.
Yeah, I've been trying to take that information and tie it back.
Okay.
And I'm having some
Bill,
difficulty.
just help me remember, of the real estate transfer tax, what percentage of it goes towards open space?
It's a 1% tax and
Right.
a 0.25% is dedicated to open space, so that 1% collects. 75% goes to the township.
All right.
And
So I guess the question I would have is, over the last 10 years, did we underfund or overfund from that revenue stream? So did we subsidize that revenue stream in order to meet the debt obligations on open space over the last 10 years, or did it cover dollar for dollar? And
it was
you know,
always
that's the question.
I looked at it closely. When it first started, it was dollar for dollar. We started, the $10 million bond issue was $337,000 a year, and when we were paying 5 and 6 and 7 out of that, I went over all that, and it was all open space bond money that was used, and that's all they took out. It was open space bond money, because legally that's all they can take out of there. They can't take money out of there to fund general fund
I mean, I
obligations.
think we should find those numbers out. It was just two bond issues, the 1996 and 2002.
No, there was some going way back, and we refinanced and all, there's all different kind of things that went into buying things that got extended. Trust me, it's not
But just
two
don't forget
bonds.
you got your interest. I mean, if it's like a typical home loan, you wind up paying 3 times your original balance because of the interest on it.
I think Bill had pointed out a good observation too. When you look at trying to align whether or not the 25% of the transfer tax was sufficient to cover, whatever expenses were coming out of that fund, is knowing that the transfer tax over the last few years has nosedived as well. It's not at the same levels as it was 2-3 years ago. So that's part of the issue. But
Yeah,
we still have to
I guess my point
reconcile
is-
the expense side. So.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think my point is, if over a number of years we subsidized that, meaning we took money from the general fund to help meet that obligation of debt service for open space, then I'm okay with taking money out of that fund, kind of paying it back to the general fund. But if it turns out that even with the real estate transfers that we underfunded, we overfunded, meaning we had excess money even after debt service on open space, then that money should stay put and should stay in that fund to preserve open space. But, we got to be fair. If we're going to respect the actions of prior boards, we want to make sure that if money was set aside and earmarked for open space from the transfer tax, if there's any excess there, it should remain in there. It shouldn't be used to balance the budget.
My thoughts are similar to things said earlier. I think we're going to have to see a significant reduction in expenses. It's starting at 0% for the tax increase to some number, and I suspect, as Kevin said, we're going to be cutting into meat, not fat, and we're just going to have to make the decisions necessary. $400,000 I think is relatively easy. To me, it's relatively easy not to go above 12%.
It disappears with your rental housing number.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so
Because there's $600-something thousand of revenue to the rental housing and no costs associated. So based on the fact that something like we said, $60-65 is the outside
there's just going to be
service.
some hard choices for something around $1 million, and I'm prepared to make the necessary hard choices. All right.
So another line, are you finished?
I'm finished. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to call out another line item that I just wanted to hear the rationale behind is maybe potential cut. On page 49, the other post-employment benefits liability payment. Last year we had budgeted 712. Turns out nobody retired that we had to pay that out to, so we put it back in the budget. This year we're budgeting 317, and I'm just wondering, is that tied to, do we have, X 3-4 employees in mind that we think are retiring, and that's where we got that number, or is it just kind of a guess?
Well, the 712 in 2010's budget there was actually a list, I think, of 9 different employees that,
Right.
And some of those employees did, including a couple of the more expensive ones. Those expenditures are accounted for up in whatever wage line item they are normally paid out of. For example, the police superintendent retired. His compensation upon retirement is paid for out of the superintendent. So that 317 represents the difference between what has been paid out this year versus what's remaining from the other folks on that list.
So the other folks on that list who didn't actually retire yet, but we anticipate may.
Yes. The potential is there for them to retire. So yes, that's an anticipation of what they may or may not do.
Well, to the extent that, we could get clarification, not that you can ask somebody when they're, but that we can accurately, does that need to be 317? Maybe it could be 217. I mean, we can think through how rational that number is, because obviously 718 was very irrational, or, somewhat irrational because we didn't use it all.
Well, I think that the 718 this year, or I forget what the 700 plus this year, it was built in based on the uncertainty of their contract, and had things gone other different directions, they all would have. I think the township was bracing itself for them to all leave at the same time. So
This year, we shouldn't have so much uncertainty because the contracts are, well, tentatively extended.
potentially.
So does the board want to hear public comment now, or get through old business and new business and just do the public comment during the public participation?
Let him comment now.
Hear it now? Very good. So, public comment?
Good evening, Dave Roderick, Wayne, president of the fire company. I want to thank Bob and Bill for including us in the budget process. They were great to work with. That we were able to kind of lay out a lot of our concerns, some of the things that we need for funding. And as Bill alluded, some of the funding that's in here, when we ask for a truck, they're large expenditures. So we go nothing, 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 500,000, nothing, nothing, 500,000. And part of the effort here is to smooth that out. So what you're seeing is kind of a standard expenditure that's going to be standard every year. And Kevin, I remember we presented this a couple of years ago, and you were a proponent. You agreed with that at the time. The one thing that I am concerned about, though, in the 2011 budget transmittal letter, and I'm just going to kind of quote it here, it says the proposed budget introduces new millage in the amount of 0.27 or 0.15 for the fire service. And then it goes on to talk about an increased cost for the homeowner for these two services, and they have the fire service listed at $49.50 on the average assessed home in Radnor. The point I would make to you is that while we are coming to you and asking for some help with the ALS contract, we're voting to bring that in, and we've agreed. You were talking about shared pain. We've lost several $100,000 a year on that contract for the last couple years. We're going to bring that service in with your help, and we're going to cut that loss, stop sending money outside the township, but we're still going to be losing money. Now, having said that, the lion's share of this money is money that was taken from different parts all over the budget. The gas for the fire trucks, workers' comp, fire hydrant rental. Our trucks are in this. You've been buying our trucks for decades. This is not new. And in the summary on page 93, one of the things that worried me, and it's very important for the fire company to make this point, says fire company funding, and under here it says new millage. While I understand that this might be new millage, these are not new expenditures. You've been funding this for decades, literally decades. And a big part of the funding that we get is from the public in the form of solicitations. I know you've probably all gotten your letters from us, from the ambulance division, from the fire company asking for money. I don't want anybody in the public to think that, oh my gosh, the fire company needs all this new funding. This is not new funding. This is a new designation for the funding. I agree with that. We've carved it all out, and we're calling it, a fire company funding. It's millage that's going to be dedicated to us. And for that, I agree with that approach. I agree with Bob and Bill's approach. We're fine with having that dedicated to us. We're perfectly fine with that. I am more than happy to defend $49.50. It was $46.68 up there, but call it $50 a household. I'm more than happy to defend $50 a household for the fire company. It's a volunteer fire company. It would be a lot more if it was a paid fire company. One of the kids that you gave an award to for saving that life was a volunteer. He didn't cost the company, he didn't cost the township anything. So it's just very important that the public and the commissioners understand that while we're going to designate this funding, and people are calling it an increase, there's been no, outside of subsidizing the ALS contract, which is probably 60 to 80,000 of the 460 that's in that number, most of it, the lion's share of it, is stuff that you have been funding for decades.
I agree, and let me make a comment on that. I'm not a big fan of sugarcoating and hiding things, and I understand a little bit of what you're doing, but, you know, one of the things I sent in the email, Bill, was, and Bob, when I got the cover document, it didn't say 17% in there. It took me a while to find it, and I think we ought to be transparent and open and honest with each other about that. And as Dave did say, it's not new funding. We've designated it. But let's, you know, again, I think part of this, you know, kind of positioning things doesn't let us have the discussion we need to have. So, I mean, that's, again, you guys did a great job, but I think we just need to be more overt.
Well, what I will do is I will take exception to that comment because there was nothing sleight of hand here whatsoever. So I do take exception to that comment.
Well, it's not
because
sleight of
I think
hand.
there's a lot of this that's out there. There's a lot more detail than you've ever received before.
I don't disagree
So
with any
I
of-
will say that any of those comments to be made that way, I do take exception.
You can take exception, but you find for me where it says in that cover transmittal document that there's a 17% proposed increase.
I just want to point out that we've always, even though I didn't agree with it, we've always broken down the millage for each allocation. I have, you know, a pie chart from 2 years ago. But it's important to say that these are increases, not new millages, but increases in the current millages that we use to just kind of allocate the funding. But at the end of the day, when we approve the tax, if we approve a tax increase, the breakdown won't necessarily be on there. It'll just be one increase, and that'll be the end of that. But I fully understand your comments. What I would not like to see is that by focusing on that it cannibalizes your donations, because that would be self-defeating.
Well, that's my main purpose for speaking tonight, is I just want to make sure that the residents understand that, yes, there is a bit of new in here. We do need help with this ALS contract. We have been losing a lot of money on it. Unfortunately, I wanted to come and make a presentation on the 29th. I'm traveling back from Thanksgiving vacation on the 29th, and I can't be here. I'd love to take you through a 10 or 15-minute talk on maybe the 6th or the 4th or whenever it is on what we're doing to bring ALS in and how much money we're trying to save the township by bringing it in. I think that's probably a win-win for the fire company and for the township. But again, I just want to emphasize that that's not new. And the other point I'd like to make, as far as representation for contributions made, we welcome any participation that the township wishes at any level in the fire company. I mean, I'm not totally sold on a board position, but if that needs to be the position, we're certainly open to discussing that. We would love to have a joint task force that Bob proposed where we pull people in. There's going to be some big issues coming up. You know, are we responding? Let's look at the ambulance division. Let's look at the call response time. Let's look at the coverage area. You know, Bryn Mawr and Tredyffrin and all these different things that we're doing, Broomall, Newtown. Let's look at that. We would welcome participation by the township staff and the commissioners in some type of joint commission that would do that. So we're very willing to be open and transparent. I've sat Bill down probably in the first few weeks of his tenure here and took him through all the finances of the fire company, because we don't want to have any secrets. We want everybody to know, if you donate money to the fire company, we want you to know that it's being spent properly.
Well, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
What other communities do you service?
We are currently servicing, we service the panhandle of Tredyffrin.
Any others? Anything in Easttown?
No, I don't think we go that far. It's T. I think of it as T, but it's that panhandle that sticks over.
Well, that's Tredyffrin Township.
Okay.
Easton is different. Easton Township is.
Valley Forge Road West.
No, I don't think we do anything that far.
And Dave, did you just, I thought Tredyffrin approved a transfer to help with.
They did. In fact, I
yeah.
brought that tonight because Dawn
That was
asked
good
me.
news to my ears. I was happy
Yeah.
that they're paying their
They
fees.
are. Well, and it turns out I went back and got a little historical information on that. They've approved a $15,000 capital expenditure and a $23,000 operating expenditure. So they're giving us about $40,000, and they have given us money for the last 40 years. Probably not as much as we would like. They're never going to give us as much as we want, but Tredyffrin is contributing to the fire company, much like Bryn Mawr came and asked for money from us. I mean, it's, they're fire areas, they're service areas. Each township's responsible for its, public safety. And so from a call run or from a call response point of view, we can get to that part of Tredyffrin better than they can. The Bryn Mawr Fire Company can get to that part of the township better than we can. Now, talking to Bob, I would be delighted to sit down with, a group and say, let's analyze this. How can we do this better? Can we keep this money in the township? I am totally on board for doing that. But for right now, it's all based on service areas and the most efficient response to those areas.
Dave, do you know how much you took in donations this year?
Yeah, probably a little over 200,000. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's a big part of our funding that's important for us.
Which, if we had to give you that money, that's about a 2% tax increase in itself.
Yeah,
You know,
that
if
would
we
be
had to give you-
another,
yeah.
this number would go from 0.15 to, well, I don't know, 0.25, somewhere in that ballpark. It would be big. So, and again, we really don't have an objection to it being broken out. I'm perfectly happy to own this money and prove to anybody that they're getting good value for it. I just don't want anybody thinking it's new. You've been funding it for years.
But to follow up on the earlier question, do you think there's significant risk to your donations if it's segregated?
That's a hotly debated topic at in the firehouse. I don't know. I can't answer that. We are it's kind of a double-edged sword. We want you guys, it's very hard for you to come up with nothing, 500,000. So we're very happy to smooth it out. We just don't want it to be called, people start referring to it as a fire tax or a new tax.
Let me ask the question slightly differently. Say we go forward with implementing this and your donations drop by 50%. What would you do to close the gap?
Well, we're a zero-sum game. We're a zero-sum game. So it's to us, the problem is we can't raise our prices. It's not as though we can go out and say, okay, well, we're going to charge more. We don't charge. We charge for ambulance.
But do you have reserves that could close that gap in the short term?
Pardon me?
Do you have reserves?
Yes, we do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could close the gap in the short term. But for example, with a volunteer base, it's not as though we can cut our salary expense or our benefit expense. So we have a very limited number of options that we can do to make up that revenue shortfall. Yes, we have reserves that can help us out in the short term. But
And I forget, my recollection is something like 30% of the residents contribute. Is that accurate?
yeah, that's probably about right. It's been going down. If I wanted to point a finger at somebody, probably we're down to 2% of the businesses contribute. We'd love to see our business revenue go up. It's one of the things we're trying to do.
Send the mailing to the businesses?
Pardon me?
Do you send your-
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to try it. We're going to try a slightly different approach, but yeah, we'd like to get the businesses more involved. We'd like to get one of the things that we've talked about doing with Bob, and I think it's an excellent idea. I sort of started on my own, but I'd like to jump on his bandwagon, is go to different universities, nonprofits now, and say, look, we show up, we respond to calls at Cabrini and Villanova and Eastern and those places with our fire trucks, and this is a tangible thing that you could contribute to. You use this service in a very visible way. We would like you to consider subsidizing this.
Well, maybe the issue is if we're going to go out to the electorate and say, we want you to support this fee for, maybe you should do away with solicitation and build it all in there and say, we're only getting 25% of the people to contribute to the fire company, and the fact is everybody has to contribute more.
Well, that's certainly
But that's something you should analyze over the next
absolutely.
couple of years.
And we've looked at that, and if that's where we end up, that's where we end up.
No, but if we're going to go there for the first time and ask them to approve this as electoral debt, that's your purpose, right?
I think what we're looking at is 2 years out to be
Yeah.
able to do that, but also is this starts to put things in place, because eventually down the road, whether it's 10 years, 15 years or so, we're going to have to look at significantly increasing that support to the fire companies as the volunteers.
Well, where you
continue
came
to
from
fall off.
before, you went from a volunteer to a paid department, right?
Without any funding, which put the community in a deficit situation. I think here we want to be on the front end of this, that as we're heading, and our hope is to continue with the volunteer
So maybe
service for a long time.
We should look at this as an opportunity to spend the next couple of years having a discussion and debate on this, so that when we go to the electorate, we can get them to support the funding of the fire company.
Bob brings up a good point. Do you have a demographic problem with your membership that, you're skewed and
Yeah, well, no, the volunteerism, certainly, across America, and the fire company is no exception, volunteerism has been on the decline. There's no doubt about that. we at the fire company have gotten to the point where we're probably getting close. We're getting close. I mean, we get trucks out on the road for every call. We don't scratch many, if any, calls. But the fact of the matter is we're getting down to we're getting close. So what Bob's alluding to is absolutely true. Now, are we going to go to a paid department? Absolutely not. Would we get to the point where we might have to consider hiring a firefighter or two during the day or on weekend overnights or something like that? Yeah, we might. We might absolutely have to supplement the volunteers. Would we eventually be looking at potentially a hybrid department where we have a couple paid firefighters and a solid core of volunteers? Perhaps. Perhaps that's where we'll end up. I don't know. Right now, we're able to hold our own. In 10 years, 15 years, who knows where and so having a designated fund where we can say, okay, this is a funding model, and if we need to, we can increase it based on our demand, is completely rational, and we're not opposed to it.
Yeah, but I think my question was a little bit different. You know, in a community where the average age is, I don't know, 50, and as the population ages, I don't think you'll be able to send out 65 and 70-year-old firemen.
No, definitely not.
So, you know, I think that's kind of the longer-term concern is if you can't, not only, you may have people who are perfectly willing to volunteer, but they may not be physically capable of doing that, and then we need to think about how we address that problem and at that point in time, or how we start thinking about it now to address it at that point in time.
Yeah, well, that's a valid concern, and we've done. There's a recruitment committee in the fire company that's done a pretty good job lately of bringing some new volunteers in. And of course, you know, from the ambulance side, what we do is, of course, we recruit pretty heavily at the colleges that have nursing schools, for example. So we go to Villanova and you get a kid that's in nursing school or wants to go to med school or something like that. Well, becoming an EMT looks great on their resume. They love it. They get hands-on patient contact, and it looks great for them. So, and it's the same thing with the fire side. There's a lot of people that come in and look at potentially doing this as a career. And so, but over the long haul, the trend has not been encouraging.
Well, the issue in this budget is that for years, the Radnor Township taxpayer has been subsidized by the business tax, by the transfer tax to provide them services. And that, they took a big hit. So now they're going to have to pay more of the services provided for them if they want them.
Yeah, I can't disagree with
until those fees come back,
right?
If they ever do.
Dave, does the fire you said the fire company has reserves. What are they right now?
On the fire side, they're probably about $400,000 or $500,000.
Was that number going up or down in the last couple of years?
The investments, we have our money invested. Ambulance side, we probably have, I don't know, probably $2 million, something like that, because we've been we have to pay for everything out of the ambulance division. We buy all our own trucks. So you buy fire trucks, but we pay for all our ambulances. We pay for everything out of that. So what happens is we need that investment income to subsidize that. Those investments went down very dramatically with the stock market. They are holding their own and starting to come back a little bit now.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dave.
Okay.
Chip Layfield, just real quickly on that issue and a couple others. I like the idea of calling out the millage for the library and the firehouse. I think that's a smart idea. And the 2-year sunset clause makes sense as well. I'm just trying to envision where we're going to be in 2 years when we go out for electoral debt. Will that be the library and the firehouse going out, or will the township be going for bonds? Who's actually going to go out for that debt? Is that going to pay for fire trucks or operations or the whole kit and caboodle? How do you envision that?
I believe it would not be it would be for operations. So then that operations, that revenue would cover their capital equipment as well as their operating. So this way then the residents would know that specifically these dollars are going for those particular services, and then it would be they would be able to plan on those revenues.
So that would be a referendum.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think,
correct.
Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the use of electoral debt was an incorrect choice of words. This would be sort of going out to the township and saying, we're asking your approval to identify a consistent annual dedicated set of funding for operational expenses, not a one-time.
Would they be separate, or would that be?
It would be separate. It would be separate funding that would be designated that the township could not get into that for general fund or any other
The library
purposes.
funding is separate funding. It's a budget item there. It's the amount of money, and we pay that amount of money.
No, I guess what I'm concerned about to the extent I'm concerned, I'm not really concerned, is that, say the firehouse wants to get a new piece of equipment, which is a significant cost, and the voters would say, well, we're not going to vote for this referendum, and it would be rejected. Is the library going to be commingled in that money, so the library and firehouse?
No, they're two separate items.
No.
They're going to be separate.
These are enterprise funds, so,
Okay.
yeah.
And Bob, you envision the library also taking over the building and having this also take care of the maintenance of the building?
That's correct.
So,
And I guess the boards would have representation from the commissioners would appoint people on the boards according to the other provision. I think that's an excellent idea. I also, on the open space issue, I totally agree with Commissioner Schaefer that money should stay in the open space bond fund. It shouldn't be going for other operations and such. I know one of the bonds allowed for improvements of existing parks, but the idea of using the transfer, that percentage from the transfer fund, that was an administrative or board of commissioners decision. As I recall, the initiative didn't say that it had to go towards paying off the debt service.
there was no initiative. We passed that at a meeting. Didn't go to the voters.
Right, it was very good. I thought
The
it was
idea I
very
came up
creative.
with, and yeah, it was a creative idea to fund the open space bond issue that we proposed, $10 million, and it wouldn't raise the taxpayers. But then what the township decided, and the commissioners decided, was that we were going to take in $337,000, and all of a sudden we went up to 5, 6, 7, 8, and they used that money to fund other open space bond issues.
No, I understand
It was
that.
never, it's my knowledge, it never went for general debt. It was always something associated with the parks and open space.
Yeah, but I think the money could also go into a dedicated fund for open space. It was a board decision or administrative
Well, it
decision.
has been. I mean, it has been because
It's
we were
been paying
net
debt service. It hasn't been buying open
No,
space.
no, it has. All the open space we've bought, everything they wanted to sell has been bought by this. The $1.2 million we paid for D'Antonio came out of the open space fund. The $70,000 for that piece, and $900,000 for the park on Lancaster Pike. This all came out of the open space fund. Every dollar we spent on all these parks came out of the open space fund.
But we're watching it go from, several $1 million in the fund to zero.
Well, yeah,
and
but it
we
used to
bought
be.
no land. We're just paying off
I know.
debt
Yeah,
service.
that's right. Well, it used to
not
be.
really the idea.
We used to have more money in there, and it's been drawn down as we've bought money and replenished it, and also paid
No,
off the debt.
I understand. I
Yeah.
understand that idea.
But
I
we've
just-
accomplished a lot with that transfer tax.
But if you're going to buy the land with debt, that's taking more money. So you got to pay the debt down. You got to pay back that debt. So I think the money being used for debt service is fine.
Well, it's a
You're
commitment
achieving
to
the
buy
same goal.
open
You
space.
bought land.
I mean, that's really what
You-
voters
you-
committed to do, is to buy the open space, and we transfer the land to get the open space. We don't say we're going to be.
But the good thing about that is that all the land we bought, the D'Antonio and the Lancaster Pike, the two on Lancaster Pike and the Levin property and all the Ditmar Park, okay, everything we purchased was with that $10 million bond issue, plus money coming in. We were getting extra money when the real estate transfer tax was up, and it was building that fund up. And so it hasn't cost me, taxpayer Bill Spengler, one dime. It's people buying and selling their houses, each put in 1/8 of 1%, and that's what's funded that, and it's a great program.
I understand that, and I appreciate that being one perspective. But the other perspective are the the significant pieces of open space that we haven't acquired, that have been developed or being developed. Poplar House, for
Well, then if
example.
you did that, you would just raise taxes to fund the open space
Yeah, I think that's what
acquisitions.
people said they wanted to do when they voted for the bond initiative.
But under your
That's
logic,
another-
Chip,
that's another-
I think you could only buy the land when you have a sufficient amount of money in the open space. We borrow to take advantage of the opportunity, and then we have to pay it back, and there's interest associated with that.
Yeah, I know. It's a vicious cycle, though, and we're getting to zero. That's my point. I think Elaine, as I understood her comments, I totally agree with them. Thank you.
Bob Nicholas, West Wayne Avenue, Wayne. I'd just like to make a couple observations. I've been concerned for some time about the loss of revenues and understanding where the loss of revenue is coming from. Is it coming from tax assessment drops or challenges, or where is it coming from, or drops in the real estate transfer tax? Based on the numbers that were handed out, I'd like to highlight a couple items. The items in the revenue column for 2007 that were over $1 million The items over $2 million, from 2007 to 2009, the largest item is the real estate tax at face value. It went down from 2007 to 2009 by 35%. The real estate transfer tax went down by 48%. The building permits went down by 75%. And the business privilege checks went down by 25%. All those items were over $2 million each, and very substantial decreases over that 2-year period. Now, obviously 2009 we hit the absolute low point that we would ever expect or plan for. My concern is, as we're looking at a tax increase, the things that drove these numbers down to these extent are going to come back. We're not going to see this for 5 years at these lower levels. So my question is, not only what's driving these down, but understanding what's driving these down, and what the expected return period is, because they will return. So we're making decisions, obviously, to make a budget, to keep our fund balance, to keep our bond rating. But when we look out 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we're going to see that tax revenue, if the base goes up, if the assessment value goes up, if the business privilege tax goes up, if the base that it's based on goes up, which we certainly expect it to happen, the revenues will go way beyond where they were in 2007, way beyond what the inflationary impact would be. So I'm just questioning a little bit just in analyzing the numbers. We're cutting to the bare bones, to the bottom level, which we certainly have to do to keep the financial status. But when we make decisions about tax increases, how long is it going to be? How long are those tax increases going to be in place? Are they temporary? Are they permanent? Can we phase them in and still stay in a financial position we'd like to be in? I've seen many businesses do this, and they deal with the temporary, knowing that they're going to come back out of it in a couple of years. And even public entities do that kind of analysis. So I think we have very good analysis here that actually shows the numbers, and you can see where the biggest numbers on the revenue side is. I think we've done a lot of analysis on the expense side, but on the revenue side, I don't see the same level of analysis.
Well, the way I look at it is that since I've been a commissioner, every 4 or 5 years we go out and borrow $7 million to buy things, put in the capital. Run out of capital, put $7 million more. Run out of capital, put $7 million more. So when it comes back, I think the goal of the manager is to build up a capital fund so we don't do any more borrowing. So we can cut down on our borrowing. We can't continue to borrow, $10, $15 million every 10 years just to do our capital. So when it comes back, then we can put more and more money into our capital and take care of our stormwater things, take care of our infrastructure problems that we have, roads and all the things that we need to maintain our buildings in Radnor Township without going out and borrowing money. So that's what I see as a goal. That we're cutting back and we're going to continue to get the bare bones. But if those monies come back, it's not going to be to build government. It's going to be to get into capital funds so we don't have to borrow money every 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
And just a quick comment. You're also talking about a bubble, a real estate bubble. 2007, by all counts, was a real estate bubble. The Act 511 tax, the business privilege tax, that may not have been a bubble. That may have been normal. So I hope that's going to return, and I think we're already seeing some healthy signs of that. Right. But I think Bill's right. There's a lot of unfunded liabilities still on our books that have to be addressed. We have a $45 million Act 45 liability that's lingering. There's no funding mechanism for that. There's probably about $2 or $3 million in accrued liability concerning employees who retire. That's unfunded. And then we have about 125 miles of pipe in the township, sewer pipe, that are rotting underground, and we don't have a funding structure for that either. So there's a lot of things that aren't getting taken care of, and we don't want to take care of them now because we would be looking at a much, much, much bigger shortfall. I'm not happy about it. I don't want to vote for a 17% tax increase, but I also recognize that you have to pay for what you want. you know, and if we want to maintain the services that we have, we're probably going to have to pay for them. We've made major cuts. I've personally watched it. Last year, we cut 14 jobs. We really decimated a lot of our departments, and we've seen a lot of attrition in the police department. They went from 46 officers down to 42. If 5 more retire, they'd be down to 36 or 37. You know, we want to stay. I think the people that live in this township, they really appreciate what they have. They want to keep what they have, and if we make major cuts into the meat, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. And believe me, I am so cheap, I don't want to pay more in taxes, but I'm looking at the increase, and I'm looking, well, my taxes would go up about $110. You know what? I can afford $110. It's worth it. My cell phone bill is, you know, I don't know, $400 or $600 a year. So, you know, I'm paying $100 to get good trash service, good plowing, good street maintenance. Like I said, the light bulbs on the street lights, we do that. The lights, the traffic lights, we do that. The potholes, the paving, you know, soup to nuts, soup to nuts.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just ask to respond to the gentleman's question. The proposal is 2 years. This would be a 2-year increase that sunsets on December 31st of 2012. So
Okay, I didn't realize that.
this would go away. And then the points that you brought up, I know we had the finance director bring up these charts here.
Yeah,
which
I
are
just
up
didn't know what the underlying,
Well,
whether it's
I mean,
assessment-based or...
let's be clear, it's going to sunset, and if the voters vote, it's not sunsetting.
Well,
It'll still be there.
it would if this was approved. This would sunset. So then there would be a dramatic reduction in those.
Yeah, but
in
the
those
voters,
costs.
you're going to go to voters and ask them
Correct.
to approve this.
Correct.
So it's still going to be there.
But they would know exactly what they're paying for.
I know, but it's not going away. You know, it's,
But this
we're still going
board-
to have to fund the library and the fire company, and if the voters decide to let them have their own dedicated millage, you know, fine. If they don't, then we're going to have to deal with that. We're not going to close the library, we're not closing the firehouse.
Hey, Bob and John, how does that actually, would that actually work? Would you go out with a proposal that says, Radnor Township voters, please approve a dedicated millage of, you know, .002 for the library? And if they reject it, that means you have no funding, right? Do you go out
That
with
would be correct.
options? Well, how do you actually do that?
Well, if the
We won't
voters
be able to
voters
sunset.
turn that down, I think it's a clear message that they don't want that particular service.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know that I would 100% agree with that. They may not want it to that level. You know, maybe they don't. Maybe they want a library that's open 3 days a week,
Well,
not
then you're
7
going to have to
days.
fund that. Continue
Well,
to
that's
fund
what I
that.
want to
You won't
understand how we're
sunset the
thinking through
tax.
this.
Not to change the subject, and
But let me. So basically,
It's still going to come back to you to fund it.
Okay.
If it's not approved by the voters.
Just
Or
a
not.
comment. You know, this board doesn't. I don't think any elected officials want to raise taxes. We don't get paid enough to do this and get yelled at. You know, the thing is, and as evidence of that, in 2002, the Board of Commissioners, I was not on the board, but they voted to reduce taxes by 7.84%. That was unusual. My whole life growing up, they told me two things. That two things are certain, right? Your taxes will never go away, and they'll never go down. They went down. Now, will we ever vote to reduce them after this? I hope so. I hope that we can weather this storm, get through to until this recession shows some recovery in Radnor, and see this Act 511 tax come back, and see maybe the transfers go up a little bit more, and we'll get to a point where we can say, you know what, we can actually reduce the taxes. I hope.
Let me just say your comments are well taken. I love your optimism about our economy, and you know, from your mouth to God's ears, because I hope we're in the position in 2-3 years that we have, you know, under budgeted and we have all this excess money and we can put it all in our capital accounts. That would be wonderful. We can't budget like that. We don't know what's going to happen. The economy is what it is, and we have to take our expenses now and our revenue now, and that's how we have to budget. At least that's my opinion.
I think my comments are relative to where we're going.
Yeah.
And how fast we're going to get there, because obviously if the economy doesn't recover, then that's, you know, more bad news. But
Which
if
is
it does-
possible. It's
but if it-
possible.
Yeah, if we don't, you know, if things don't turn around in 2 or 3, we're going to have to eliminate services.
Right.
You know, I mean, it just.
But my observation is that I think there needs to be better understanding of what's driving the biggest decreases. The biggest decreases seem to be coming from real estate transfer taxes and from
Yeah, I didn't understand that number from real estate transfer tax. Was that some kind of transfer or something that was down that much? There were $2 million in.
No, that's right.
The real-
We came from
the
a
real,
major
not
bubble.
transfer. I mean, the
Yeah,
real
I
estate
mean, that's-
taxes. There was nothing I knew happened that would put real estate taxes down $2 million.
real estate
Real
taxes.
estate taxes or the transfer?
No, I know the transfer tax, but I'm talking about real estate.
They're looking
taxes.
at the second
Oh.
line on page 39, I think.
I mean, I looked at that number and I
says-
saw it and I figured there's something wrong there.
In 2009?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you look at
Eight.
the second line on page 39, under 2009. We went from 9.246 in 2008 to 5.891
Yeah,
in
I
2000.
mean-
That's what people are.
Nothing happened that would make our real estate tax go down $2 million.
And so why is it back up to 10 million?
Okay. What happened in 2009 is the board decided to account for a portion of our real estate tax revenue directly into the debt service fund.
Yeah.
So if you look at the debt
That's the
service fund,
difference. Yeah, it didn't
you'll
go
see $3 million of addition,
Yeah.
of real estate taxes in the debt service fund.
So the real estate taxes
So it's
didn't
just
go
an
down.
accounting.
They don't go down in Radnor.
And
Real
I
estate
pushed to
taxes don't
bring
go
it
down.
back so we would see it on
They-
top
it was an
line.
accounting
So
thing.
this is not apples to apples.
No. The
For
transfer
that
tax
line.
and the business tax, the real estate taxes don't go down drastically. There's nothing that's happened to make the
No.
real estate taxes go down. We just allocated $3 million at debt service, so instead of this being 8, it's 5 and 3. But you can't see it because it looks like 5.
Okay, so then what we're saying then is that the drop in the other big items.
Yeah.
The transfer tax, the business privilege tax, and the building permit income. Those are the big drops.
That's right.
And we're going to fund those drops with higher real estate taxes.
We're funding those jobs with a lot of cuts.
Well,
But I'm
yeah.
saying is that.
Ultimately, yeah.
You can't cut as much money as these drops.
One of the reasons I moved to Radnor was that Radnor had this unbelievable Act 511, subsidy. This huge piece. 1/3 of our services are covered by Act 511. So that's your business privilege tax and your realty transfer tax and all these things. That's a huge stipend. That's a big piece of money. If you go to other towns like Havertown and Upper Darby, Broomall, they don't have that base. What we have here, though, is this incredible business campus. And what we need to do a little bit better at is making sure that we attract new tenants into those buildings. We have Senecor planning on moving out in about 2 years. About 300,000 square feet of lab space will be vacant in Radnor as a result of that. At one point, we had about 40 or 50% of those buildings empty when Wyeth moved out. We left about $5 to $7 million of business tax on the table because those buildings sat empty. So what can we do from a community development standpoint to encourage businesses to come to Radnor? Do we want to look at tax amnesty? What can we do? Try to get them to come back in, make it more favorable for them to move in here.
But one of the problems we have is the Act 511 taxes
Yeah.
are a negative incentive to businesses coming here. Because in other communities right across the different border, they're not paying that.
Yeah.
When I first came into office 15 years ago, that was one of the things that a local business owner complained to me about, was that he had to pay these Act 511 taxes.
Well, they moved
So-
out. Some of them moved out.
He did move out.
Yeah.
And that's the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
Economy goes down, businesses move
Yeah.
out or they fold, and other businesses aren't willing to come in here because they have to pay the Act 511 taxes. It's a great boon when we get these audits and these settlements,
Yeah.
but that's not going to last forever.
Bob, I sell real estate in Radnor, and people would say, Radnor has high taxes. I said, no. Radnor, we're number 47 in Delaware County because we're only paying 27% of our budget from the tax. You go to these other townships, and it's, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, because they don't have these big taxes. We've been subsidized. We've been very fortunate in Radnor to be able to find all these fine services subsidized by the transfer tax and by the business tax and the mercantile tax. And the fact is that when they go down, then we're hurting providing these good services because we don't have the funding. That's when you have to raise taxes.
I had one other comment. the information that was, I think, either in the newspaper or in some of these meetings relative to the cost of trash collection and the options on other communities that use outside services and charge their residents through those outside services. I think it's worth at least considering that I know at least one community in Delaware County that charges, I'll say, probably a reduced fee to what they would have to pay commercially, but it's paid on a per household basis, but it's paid as a tax. It's part of their tax bill. So instead of having large increases in millage, they basically are funding their tax collection through a specific per household tax that's added to their bill. So it's in that $200 to $300 range.
That's a fee, and the issue with that is you can't write it off from your
it's
taxes.
not, you don't get it subsidized by 20% because you can't write it off. It's a fee. So that's why I've never.
We've
been
turned
in
over
favor
that
of
rock a few times in the last 3 years.
I know at least one community that puts it on their tax bill.
Well, I think Upper Darby does. Haverford does.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
fee.
I mean, but it's a way to get. I mean, if they live in a neighboring town where you have to pay whoever the contractor is. You know, it's more equal. You're paying for the service, but you're paying it to the township, and you're not paying the profit and the federal income tax to that company that's making the money. And then you're also funding the leaf collection and the snow removal and everything else. But it's a different way to collect that money, similar to what you've done, what you're looking at doing, for separately funding the library and the fire company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bob McDonald from Oakford Road. It's late, and so I don't want to be redundant, but 3 quick points. I think 17% is a lot. The commissioners who raised the points of looking at what it would take to reduce that, I think is a valid point. I'm not saying we should go in that direction, but I think we should look at it. On the other side, I think the sacrifice that's been made by the town employees, I hear that a dozen were laid off. Last year, another 3 would be laid off, even with a, pardon me, with a 17% increase, needs to be acknowledged and needs to be considered. We're in a pretty bad period economically, to the extent that Radnor can avoid contributing to that by laying off more folks. I think we should look at that. The last point, I guess, that I'd like to make that would help me as a taxpayer who's busy just like, you folks are. You're generous in donating your time. But just some simple, easy comparative metrics. So when I hear that the police department was at 50 and now it's at 35, how does that compare with Tredyffrin? How does that compare with Lower Merion? How does that compare with Haverford Township? And make that readily accessible, something that we can see on the website. The same with sanitation workers, fire. As many comparative metrics as could easily be put up on the website so that folks could, understand what they're paying for here and the extent to which we're getting something that's different from other places and maybe worth paying more for, I think would be helpful as we go through, some difficult times here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
George Packer, 27 Fairview Drive, and I'll talk very quickly because it is really late and it's past my bedtime. If we have fewer township employees and fewer policemen, how come the life and disability insurance is up 50%? Or am I reading wrong on page 8? And pension funding is up over 50% for 2011 versus 2010. Didn't we fire people or lay them off? Or?
The pension funding is a result of our MMO, the minimal municipal obligation.
So the accounting rules changed, we have to catch up? Is that what?
Plus
Yeah,
our
basically,
interest-
with
The
the
stock market crashed, we have to contribute more to
Yeah.
meet
I
the
understand.
action,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah,
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that represents our requirement to fund the pension.
That has nothing to do with the disability and insurance issue being up 50%
No,
with fewer employees.
no, the pension, no, those would be two mutually exclusive. I'm sorry, which page did you?
Page 8. Your pension funding, you just sort of explained it. I don't buy that, but you explained it. And your
You look at
life and disability. Pardon me?
You're looking at the life and disability line?
Yeah, being up 50% with
From
fewer
188
employers.
to 270.
188 to 270, isn't that 50%, Hank?
Yep. You must have gone to a really good high school.
Were we,
Just curious. I mean, there was a whole bunch of these things, but I'm tired.
Yeah, the whole, I mean, that whole column of labor tallies to 18.5 million, and in 2010, it's 17.5, so there's $1 million
Right, and
increase,
it should
not
go
in
the other way.
salaries. Except that it's not in salary, it's all in
well,
benefits.
well,
so-
healthcare went up, it's going up 10%, you know?
I help run a small business, Bill. I'm with you. But unless we had a lot of claims in against our disability and things, that shouldn't have gone up by 50%.
The 2009 disability number is offset by a number of cash redemptions that the township did with the employees who were laid off. And
Okay, that's
cancellation.
2009 at 158, but
Right,
last-
but what I'm saying is the 158 is artificially low because there's
Okay.
redemptions done in that year. The actual expense would have been much higher.
All right, I'm with you there, but how about 2009 at 188? Or excuse me, 2010.
2010.
2010 at
I'm not
188.
I'm not as sure as on the 2010. I know the 2009. 2010, I'm not 100% sure on.
Just
I go
asking.
back and take a look at it.
I mean, we're chopping. That's not even a chop. That's like, where's our money?
Well, that's something that we don't control. We can't chop that, right? That's based on experience?
That's why I was saying, did we have a lot of claims last year? A lot of people
Well,
get hurt?
it has to be based on experience. I mean, you know, when you,
Okay.
Actually, Bob, do the disability, is that self-funded or is that through an insurance?
That is through an insurance, which we provide for the disability insurance for.
Okay, so our disability insurance premium went up, or we expect it to go
50%.
up as much as
We've had several
100,000?
claims against
Oh,
the
okay.
policy where we've actually had some go out on disability retirements.
Thank you. Good night.
Before I forget, Bill White, is there a possibility the next draft that we print of the budget, that we include the percentages in the right-hand column to show the change between 2010 and 11? Because right now, we're showing the delta, the difference in the values, but total. It really helps me to see percentages, because then I can sort it. And if I can get a copy of this electronic, I would appreciate that, because then I can sort the columns and look at all the biggest changes first.
I
If
can
that's-
certainly add the percentages, an additional column to include the percentages, as long as you guys don't mind smaller numbers.
Could we hide any column that's kind of, at this point, less important, like a 2007 column, or?
I could hide the account codes perhaps, if you guys aren't as concerned with those account codes. I'll figure it out. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll add
whatever
those
you
columns
can do,
for
yeah.
But John, do you actually need it, that percent change on sort of 39 to 124, or just need it on some of the summary pages?
No, I'd like it to be on the entire budget. It's I do it on my own. I mean, if you send me, if it's a problem, I'll just do my own, but
send it to them.
it's just easier, I think.
Send it to them.
I motion that he send it to him.
Second.
All right, thank you.
You could hide the preliminary budget numbers for 2011. I mean, at this point.
Whether, we had talked about putting on the ballot this May 4 items that might help us save some money. I mean, do they really save money if we go from 3,000 to 30,000 on the amount we have to bid out? I mean, do you really have 3 or 4 items that we could put on the ballot that would help us financially on this budget or not?
I don't think we're going to be looking at huge dollars.
Yeah.
But again, is when you look at 3,000 the way it currently reads, and I know I've had conversations with John in regards to that.
Well, we have to advertise, we have to do a lot,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, those costs will be saved.
Yeah.
But also, though, I think when we look at the way the charter reads now, and I think there's a question in regards to whether or not, like, even blanket purchase orders, that we've got to start bidding all of those items out, because if they would exceed 3,000 for the year, that would go into the public bidding requirement, which creates even a bigger log jam of the expenses, which will drive expenses up.
But you ought to, as part of this budget process, you ought to, maybe we ought to throw those out now, those items that we should maybe have a discussion in January and put them on the ballot this April to help us run a more efficient operation to save money. I mean, if we're wasting money, whether it's $10, $15, $20, $30, $40,000, we ought to be able to go to the taxpayers and say, hey, you know, we can streamline our operation. This is what we'll do. If we go from 3,000 to 30,000, this is the potential savings. If we straighten this out, this extra cost won't be added on. I mean, it's not a matter of just saving money. It's if we're going to increase costs because you're going to continue to read the charter literally and come up with all these new things we have to do, Bob, we ought to change it.
It's supposed to be read literally.
I know, but I guess we have it.
If
interpretations.
If you're going to have that discussion, though, you've got to make a decision by like the middle of February.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's simple.
An
Instead of setting up
ordinance-
this big committee, let's come up with some items that can help us streamline government and save money and, you know, reduce expenses and also save money in future expenditures that we can take real simple. The Board of Commissioners can just have a discussion, a public discussion, and you put these 4 items on the ballot and the people vote on them. There's no controversy about it. It's all about saving money and streamlining the operation. You know, and let's get that done before we start talking about putting up this whole committee to spend a year trying to change the world. Let's change what we can change for the efficient operation to save the taxpayers money, since we're increasing their taxes.
Very good. Sarah?
Hi, Sarah Armstrong. I'll be very brief. When we're talking about, though, the average taxpayer and the fact that this kind of an increase would be $150, $170 a year, I want to remind everyone, though, that there are 2,200 households in Radnor that are above average, and some of those are seniors or people that are retired that happen to live in a highly assessed home. The person who pays the most taxes in Radnor on their assessed home already pays $11,600. A 17% tax increase would be almost $2,000. So maybe they live in a home that has a high assessed value, but their cash flow is not such that would support that kind of a tax increase or really much of anything. So I just want to keep that in mind when we talk about the average. There are a lot that are above. So.
Well, we're talking about the township
Sarah,
tax. Don't come up with that 11,000
Yeah,
total
watch this.
tax. You come up with 2,000. We're talking about township
you're
tax.
not. I'm sorry. Then you don't understand what I said. The person who pays the highest taxes as a resident to Radnor Township has an assessed value that when you currently, for 2010, multiply by the millage, that person pays the township $11,000.
But you're talking about a house that's
no,
valued
no,
at $10 million?
No. They don't pay $11,000 just in township taxes. Come on.
Well, yeah, there is one.
2,000 people? Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
What's that?
We don't have to argue about that now, but
yeah,
I'm
if
just
you
saying
live in a
there's
$5 million house, I guess, you know.
Sarah, I have the chart.
My neighborhood.
Sarah,
doesn't pay that.
I did a spreadsheet to see what the cost would be. Hold on.
Yeah.
We're looking at, if your house is assessed, this is the assessment, not the true value, but the assessment. If it's assessed at $1 million, you're looking at $3,900 in tax. I have it right here.
Yeah,
$3,900.
township tax. We're not talking about school tax and
No, I'm not either.
Yeah, no, it's
$3,900.
$3,900.
I'll send it to you. But there's 2,200
I think Bill
homes.
just said there's one house that pays
there
that.
really is.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm not
said
arguing.
Well, yeah, I go to a guy's house and he just spent $4 million a million
Okay,
for a lot.
let's take that one off the table. We'll take the one off the table.
$5 million.
There are 2,200 homes that are above the average assessment, and the numbers become very material. They're not $170 or $150 at that point. That's my only point.
Yeah.
So,
But
thank you.
Well, expand the point too. There's a lot of people whose homes aren't assessed that's a lot of money, even the small amounts.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people for whom 17% will be hard. Yes. Very good. So further public comment then?
I move we adjourn?
Old business. Is there any old business?
Yeah, I have one thing. Can we just entertain for a moment the meeting on Monday? Is there any way we could do it on Tuesday? I mean, This meeting that we're supposed, that is scheduled to be in this room from 7 to 9.
Well, how many people are you
has-
going to get?
I don't know how many people are coming, but
Well,
we
what
have
are
a
you gonna get,
panel of
20 or 30 people?
experts. I would hope so.
Are you thinking about the same event that I'm thinking of?
It's a panel of experts, pardon me? It's for, no. Well, the zoning thing is on Tuesday night. It's a panel of experts, including the township manager from, a township manager from another, an expert from NLT, a developer. I mean, it's been a,
That room downstairs can be set up to handle 40 or 50 people. You're not going to get that many.
well, I'm just saying, also, this group that put this together, our EAC, the Radnor Conservancy, and the League of Women Voters want our public officials to participate. The whole point is to educate our public officials. So if we hold the budget meeting that night, that takes everyone out. I mean, now the point of the meeting
The
is.
problem is the most important thing is the budget, Elaine.
I
Hang
could
on.
not agree more. That's why I'm asking that we entertain the idea of moving it forward one night, so
What
that
is
we
the,
can do both.
You weren't thinking of the same event I was.
I don't know what meeting you think we have. No, but I also have my soccer, right, exactly.
So,
And it's my birthday.
I mean, give us details then. What are you
What-
proposing?
what date?
Well, let's talk to the staff.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is this the 29th meeting?
9th is when the panel is going to be here.
And what,
The 30th, there's the zoning class,
What
but
time are
that's
they- what time are they-
30 kids,
what's-
people.
What's it going to be from? What time's it going to be from? From
7 to 9.
7 to 9.
So-
Why don't we have our meeting 9 o'clock?
if we,
Why
if we
don't
did
do
it,
9 o'clock? I mean, because.
if we moved it to, has this already been advertised? What if we moved it to the 30th? And I don't know what meetings are on the 30th, but, and then,
Workshop, that's the third of a series, there are 30 people
but
in it.
that's in
And
the
that can
roll
go down to
call.
roll call, no problem.
That's
It was
roll call.
supposed to be in roll call. Right.
that's already in roll call. The question is, is there a requirement in advertising from that date?
The 30th, you also have Shade Tree and EAC scheduled to meet that night as well, the 30th.
Why don't we do Sunday?
I think we do it Monday night. Yeah, look, this is a higher priority than anything else, in my opinion.
Anything else on old business?
Well, hang on, how long is that meeting? 7 to 9.
Mhm.
Well, the other option is we do start at 9. That's just kind of very late to start a budget discussion, so. Although that's when we started tonight, so. All right, Ethan.
Well, 7 to 9, why don't we do it at 5 o'clock?
Well, I mean, if you're going to make.
Some of us have real jobs, Bill.
I know, but, sometimes, we got sacrifice.
So I'd say make a motion if you want to make a motion, or try to get consensus.
Well, I'd first like to get consensus so that my motion
I'm-
doesn't fail.
I-
mean,
Would
people be willing?
I'm willing
what's
to
your
start the meeting at
recommendation?
9.
Well, are we willing to start the meeting at 9 after the?
But is
he's the
Bob-
manager, his staff, what's your recommendation?
I think we stay on the 29th. The issue is what's going to be the time element. If the later you go in the evening, how much conversation are you going to have at that particular time?
You start this meeting at 9 o'clock, people are going to be burned out by 10:30. Come on, let's be serious.
All right.
And John Rice, correct me if I'm wrong, in order to get the advertisement in, we have to have it in the paper by noon on Tuesday, the introduction of the ordinance, for it to be posted in the paper by Wednesday.
Yeah, so we have to.
I vote for
Well,
7 Monday
yeah,
night.
If you're going to advertise in the mainline time.
Right. We could do the, right,
If you
the
could do Delco, you'd have more flexibility.
All right, well, how about 8:30 on Monday night?
I'm okay with starting a little bit later because
Well,
we didn't start tonight's meeting on the budget until 9 o'clock, so.
I know, it's embarrassing for her not to have this room, that's the problem.
This has been in the works forever. I mean, I think it's disrespectful to just diss this group of people who have worked so hard and gotten experts from all
Tell
over
me
our
this,
region.
tell me this, can we run this thing down the side and have our meeting over here and let them meet here? No, can we run this thing down? Can we put a partition up?
I don't think we can.
What?
I don't think we can. If you want to, we can begin the meeting down below. The budget meeting.
Can the television equipment and
downstairs,
stuff be
and
moved
then-
downstairs?
Well, we could have it taped, but you won't catch that portion until we come up here. That'll be replayed later.
We have to have it
The issue
televised.
is if you're anticipating 30 or less people, I mean, for that,
We will have 30 or
mean,
less.
I mean, again, prioritizing where we're at in the process, my recommendation would be we hold
I think
hold
with the
board meeting here.
17% tax increase on the table, we need to have a meeting at 7, and it has to be televised.
Right.
I don't care where, it just has to be televised.
All right, any new business?
I have just one quick item. Bob, I think I CC'd you on this. Matt and I had met out on Callahan Avenue this week, last week, concerning the residents that where their homes back up to Callahan. And I just want to make sure that Matt sends out letters to all the residents on Callahan concerning this issue. Did you catch all that? I'll repeat myself. No, it's okay. I met with Matt Bauman out on Callahan Avenue. We have homes that front on Summit Terrace. Their rears are on Callahan. And what we have is kind of an unusual issue where they have, these homes are fronted on two sides, one on Callahan, one on Summit Terrace. In essence, we have residents who are probably not aware, but some people are complaining that the trash cans are being left out at the street, but it happens to be the rear of their property. So they're not really doing anything wrong in their mind, but it is an eyesore and it's an issue. So I met with Matt. I just wanted to direct Matt to send the letters out, just asking the residents to please do the best they can in complying with the ordinance and keeping those trash cans out of sight on non-trash days. So Matt's fully aware of the problem. Just maybe if you could direct him to send the letters out. I didn't want to direct him in private. I wanted to make sure it was done in public.
Any other new business?
Mr. Chairman, what we will do is we will come back then on Monday evening with the recommendations, suggestions from the board to look at the budget to reduce that 17% downward.
Very good, thank you. Public participation. Anyone have anything to add? Very good. Is there a motion?
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Opposed, I
This
won't
budget
stay
gave me bloody
here.
nose, Hank.
6-0.